What's going on, everyone? It's ultimate fanfiction here. We've got something amazing for you today. What if the Goblin King performed blood ritual on Harry and discovered he was descended from all four founders? Real quick, if you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? Join thousands of story lovers and hit that subscribe button. Alright, story time. Chapter 1, The Blood of Kings. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, carried by a goblin owl with feathers the color of tarnished silver and eyes like polished onyx. Harry Potter had been enjoying his morning coffee on the small balcony of his London flat, the summer breeze carrying the distant sounds of the city to his ears, when the unusual bird landed on the railing with military precision. "Well, you're certainly not from the Ministry," Harry murmured, noting the distinctive Gringotts seal stamped in crimson wax on the envelope clutched in the owl's talons. The bird did not blink or bob or fidget as most owls did. It simply extended its leg, released the letter when Harry took it, and departed with a powerful beat of wings that sent ripples across Harry's coffee. The parchment felt unusually heavy, almost warm to the touch. Harry broke the seal and unfolded it, revealing elegant script that seemed to shimmer slightly in the morning light. To Harry James Potter, your presence is requested at Gringotts Wizarding Bank on Thursday the 17th at precisely 10 o'clock in the morning to discuss matters of inheritance and accounts. Recent magical archival discoveries necessitate your personal attendance. This is not a routine matter. Yours in business, Ragnarok the 16th King of the Goblin Nation, Supreme Director of Gringotts. Harry read the letter twice more, his brow furrowing. In the 8 years since Voldemort's defeat, he had settled his accounts at Gringotts and maintained a cordial if distant relationship with the bank. The goblins had never quite forgiven him for the dragon incident, though they had grudgingly acknowledged that extraordinary circumstances had been at play. But this was different. The letter wasn't from a manager or account goblin. It was from Ragnarok 16 himself, the Goblin King. Harry had never even seen the Goblin King during any of his visits to Gringotts, let alone received correspondence from him. Matters of inheritance? Harry muttered to himself. I've already claimed everything from my parents and Sirius. He set the letter down and took a sip of coffee, grimacing at its sudden coolness. With a casual flick of his wand, he reheated it, his mind still puzzling over the cryptic message. The war had been over for years now. Harry had finished his education, joined the Aura department, and recently decided to take a sabbatical to figure out what he truly wanted. His relationship with Ginny had ended amicably 2 years prior. They'd both realized they were clinging to a future imagined before the war had changed them both irrevocably. Life had finally settled into something resembling normality. Which meant, Harry thought with a sigh, that something unusual was bound to happen sooner or later. Thursday morning found Harry standing before the imposing white facade of Gringotts, dressed in his finest robes, dark green with subtle gold threading that Hermione had insisted brought out his eyes. He'd even attempted to tame his perpetually unruly hair, with predictably little success. Just a meeting, he reassured himself, climbing the marble steps. Probably some old vault they've discovered belongs to the Potter family after all. Yet he couldn't shake the tension knotting between his shoulders. The letter's phrasing, not a routine matter, had lodged in his mind. The massive bronze doors swung open as Harry approached, and a familiar wash of cool air touched his face. Inside, the vast marble hall was bustling with the usual morning activity, witches and wizards waiting in queues, goblins scrutinizing gemstones through eyepieces or counting stacks of galleons with nimble fingers. Harry approached the nearest available teller, a severe-looking goblin with spectacles perched on his long nose. "Good morning," Harry said. "I have an appointment with Mr. Potter," the goblin interrupted, looking up sharply. "You are expected." Before Harry could respond, 2 goblin guards materialized beside him, their expressions impassive. "Please follow us," one said, not unkindly but with unmistakable authority. They led Harry past the counters and through a doorway he had never noticed before, concealed behind an ornate tapestry depicting goblin metalworkers crafting what appeared to be Gryffindor's sword. Beyond lay a corridor of polished black stone, lit by floating orbs of bluish light that cast no shadows. "I don't remember this part of Gringotts," Harry remarked, attempting to mask his unease with conversation. "Few wizards do," replied the guard on his right. "This passage leads to the administrative levels." They descended a spiral staircase that seemed to drill impossibly deep into the earth. Harry had thought himself familiar with the depths of Gringotts after his break-in years ago, but this was different. There was an ancient quality to the air, heavy with magic and history. After what felt like minutes of descent, they emerged into an antechamber carved from solid rock. Runes and symbols Harry didn't recognize covered the walls, glowing faintly with inner light. Ahead loomed a set of doors made from what appeared to be a single piece of hammered gold, etched with scenes of goblin history. The guards stopped before these doors. "His Majesty awaits you," said the left guard with a slight bow. "You will show proper respect in the presence of the king." Harry nodded, suppressing the urge to ask what exactly constituted proper respect in goblin terms. Before he could worry further, the golden doors swung inward with surprising silence. The chamber beyond defied Harry's expectations. Rather than the opulence he might have anticipated, it was a practical space, large and circular, with a domed ceiling enchanted to resemble a night sky filled with constellations unfamiliar to human astronomers. The walls housed countless shelves of scrolls, books, and artifacts. At the center stood a massive round table of dark wood, its surface inlaid with silver that formed a complex map of what Harry recognized as the Goblin tunnel systems beneath London. Seated at the far side was a goblin unlike any Harry had encountered. Ragnarok 16 was taller than most of his kind, with piercing amber eyes set in a face creased with age yet radiating vitality. His silver hair was pulled back in elaborate braids interwoven with threads of gold and platinum. He wore robes of deepest blue adorned with subtle geometric patterns that seemed to shift when Harry wasn't looking directly at them. No crown adorned his head, but a simple platinum band encircled his brow, set with a single diamond that caught and refracted the light from the enchanted ceiling. "Harry Potter," the Goblin King said, his voice surprisingly melodious. "The wizard who broke into my bank, stole one of our guardian beasts, and left with both his life and a Horcrux." His lips curved into what might have been a smile. "Under different circumstances, you would have been either executed or offered employment." Harry remained in the doorway, uncertain of protocol. "Your Majesty, Ragnarok waved a long-fingered hand dismissively. "The past is carved in stone, Mr. Potter. We do not gather today to dwell on old grievances, but to address new discoveries." He gestured to a chair opposite his own. "Please, sit. We have matters of significance to discuss." Harry approached the table and took the offered seat, noticing how the chair adjusted itself to his height as he sat down. Up close, he could see that Ragnarok's eyes had vertical pupils, like a cat's, giving his gaze an unsettling intensity. "Thank you for coming," the Goblin King said, steepling his fingers. "I imagine you found my summons unexpected." "I did," Harry admitted. "Your letter mentioned inheritance matters." "Indeed." Ragnarok reached for a crystal decanter and poured an amber liquid into two small goblets of what appeared to be solid emerald. He pushed one toward Harry. "A courtesy, Mr. Potter. Goblin brewed mead. Few wizards have tasted it." Harry accepted the goblet with a nod of thanks. The mead smelled of honey, spice, and something earthy he couldn't identify. He took a cautious sip and was surprised by its smoothness, followed by a pleasant warmth that spread through his chest. "Excellent, isn't it?" Ragnarok said, sipping from his own goblet. "Now, to business. What do you know about magical inheritance, Mr. Potter?" Harry set down his drink. "Only what I've experienced personally, my parents' vault, Sirius Black's estate. Standard wizarding inheritance, I suppose." The Goblin King made a sound between a chuckle and a snort. "Standard." "Yes, by wizarding standards, which are, forgive me, rather simplistic. Goblins have maintained the magical world's wealth for millennia, Mr. Potter. We understand inheritance in ways wizards have forgotten." He rose and moved to a nearby shelf, retrieving an ancient wooden box inlaid with mother-of-pearl. "Magical bloodlines carry more than just wealth," names, or titles. They carry magical affinities, predispositions, even latent abilities that may lie dormant for generations. Harry watched as Ragnar returned to the table and placed the box between them. I'm not sure I follow. What does this have to do with me specifically? Everything, Ragnar said simply. Our archives contain records dating back to the founding of Gringotts, blood records, magical signatures, familial connections largely forgotten by wizardkind. His long fingers traced patterns on the box's lid. Recent events prompted us to re-examine certain ancient scrolls. What we found was most intriguing. The Goblin King opened the box, revealing a small silver knife with a crystal handle and a shallow stone basin etched with runes. We have reason to believe, Mr. Potter, that you may have inherited more than just your vault from your ancestors. Much more. Harry eyed the knife warily. You want my blood? A few drops only, Ragnar confirmed. For a lineage revelation. It is an ancient goblin ritual that reveals one's magical heritage, not merely family names, but the magical essence passed down through generations. Harry hesitated. Years of experience had taught him to be cautious about magical rituals, especially those involving blood. No offense intended, Your Majesty, but why the sudden interest in my lineage? The Potter family isn't particularly ancient by wizarding standards. The Potter name, no, Ragnar agreed. But names change, bloodlines merge, and magic remembers, Mr. Potter, even when histories are forgotten or deliberately obscured. He leaned forward slightly. I could force this issue. The Treaty of 1752 gives goblins certain rights regarding magical verification of vault claimants. But I prefer to request your willing participation. And if the ritual reveals nothing unusual? Then you leave here with nothing lost but a few drops of blood and perhaps 30 minutes of your time. The Goblin King's expression remained inscrutable. But I do not think that will be the case. Harry studied Ragnar's face, searching for deception. He found none, only an intense curiosity and something like anticipation. After a moment's consideration, Harry nodded. All right. What do I need to do? Simply offer 3 drops of your blood to the basin. The magic will do the rest. Ragnar pushed the box toward Harry, who picked up the knife, feeling its perfect balance in his hand. The blade gleamed unnaturally bright in the chamber's light. With a small grimace, Harry pricked his finger and allowed 3 drops of blood to fall into the stone basin. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the blood began to move, spreading outward across the basin's surface in thin rivulets that formed an intricate pattern. The pattern glowed with a soft golden light that gradually intensified, casting Harry's and Ragnar's faces in an amber glow. Fascinating, the Goblin King murmured, leaning forward. Already, this is no ordinary reaction. The light continued to brighten, the pattern growing more complex with each passing second. Suddenly, the golden glow shifted, one quarter turning a deep scarlet, another transforming to a rich blue, the third changing to bronze, and the final section becoming an emerald green that reminded Harry vividly of his own eyes. Ragnar's breath caught audibly. Impossible, he whispered, all pretense of detachment vanishing from his face. Before Harry could ask what was happening, the 4-colored light shot upward from the basin, forming a swirling column that expanded until it surrounded both him and the Goblin King. Within the light, Harry began to see images, fleeting impressions of faces, places, and moments in time. A bearded man with a ruby-hilted sword. A regal woman with keen eyes examining a diadem. A kind-faced witch tending an herb garden. A severe-looking wizard bent over ancient texts. The images came faster, blurring together as centuries compressed into seconds, births, deaths, marriages, the mixing of bloodlines, all converging toward a final point. Toward him. With a sound like a thunderclap, the light collapsed back into the basin, leaving the chamber momentarily dark save for the artificial stars overhead. When the normal lighting returned, Harry found the Goblin King staring at him with undisguised awe. Well, Harry said, his mouth suddenly dry. I take it that wasn't the usual response. Ragnarok slowly shook his head. Mr. Potter, in over 6 centuries of conducting such rituals, I have never. He paused, seemingly gathering himself. The ritual has confirmed what our records hinted at, but which I scarcely believed possible. Which is? Harry prompted, a knot of apprehension forming in his stomach. The Goblin King looked him directly in the eyes. You, Harry Potter, carry the blood of all 4 Hogwarts founders in your veins. The words hung in the air between them, monumental in their implication. Harry stared back, waiting for the punchline, the qualifier, the explanation that would diminish the statement to something more believable. It never came. That's not possible, Harry finally said. I'm a half-blood. My mother was Muggle-born. Was she? Ragnarok raised an eyebrow. Or was she the descendant of a squib line, magic resurfacing generations later? It would not be the first such case. Harry's mind raced, trying to process the implications. Even if that were true, the odds of inheriting from all 4 founders are astronomical, Ragnarok agreed. Which is why no such individual has been identified in recorded history. Until now. He gestured to the basin, where the blood pattern had dried into a permanent marking on the stone. The ritual cannot lie, Mr. Potter. Somewhere in your maternal ancestry lies the blood of Helga Hufflepuff and Rowena Ravenclaw. Your father's line, meanwhile, descends from both Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin. I already knew about the Slytherin connection, Harry said weakly. Voldemort and I were distant cousins through the Peverils. But Gryffindor. The Potter family did indeed descend from the Peverils, Ragnarok confirmed. But the connection to Gryffindor comes through your grandmother. Fleamont Potter married Euphemia, whose maiden name concealed a direct descent from Godric's second daughter. Harry ran a hand through his hair, disturbing its brief period of relative tidiness. This is. He began, then faltered, lacking words adequate to his feelings. Overwhelming, I imagine, Ragnarok supplied. He rose from his chair and moved to a cabinet nestled between bookshelves, from which he retrieved a larger crystal decanter. I believe something stronger than mead is called for. As the Goblin King poured 2 glasses of what appeared to be fire whiskey, Harry struggled to assimilate this new information. All 4 founders. It seemed ludicrous, yet the Goblin ritual had shown him flashes of history, his history, apparently, that felt undeniably authentic. Here, Ragnarok said, offering a glass. Aged Dragon Barrel Fire Whiskey. 107 years old. I save it for truly historic occasions. Harry accepted the drink with a nod of thanks and took a substantial swallow, feeling the liquor burn pleasantly down his throat. So what happens now? He asked after a moment. Why is this important, beyond being an interesting genealogical curiosity? The Goblin King retook his seat, studying Harry with those unsettling amber eyes. Mr. Potter, nothing about this is merely curious. The 4 founders were not simply talented educators, they were the most powerful witches and wizards of their age, each gifted in different branches of magic. Their bloodlines have produced some of history's most formidable magical practitioners. Like Voldemort, Harry said grimly. Indeed. And now those 4 streams of power have converged in you. The magical potential is. Ragnarok paused, searching for the right word. Unprecedented. Harry frowned. I'm nearly 26 years old. If I had some extraordinary magical potential, wouldn't it have manifested by now? Not necessarily, Ragnarok countered. Some magical inheritances remain dormant until activated, by a ritual, by reaching a certain age, or by specific circumstances. He gestured to the basin. This ritual may have done more than reveal your heritage, Mr. Potter. It may have awakened it. As if on cue, Harry felt a strange tingling sensation spreading through his body, starting from his core and radiating outward. It wasn't unpleasant, rather like the feeling of a limb waking up after being numb, but throughout his entire body. What's happening? He asked, looking down at his hands, half expecting them to be glowing or transformed in some way. They appeared normal, yet somehow felt different, as if they belonged to someone else. "The awakening begins," Ragnak said, his voice hushed with something like reverence. "Your magic is recalibrating, Mr. Potter, integrating aspects that have lain dormant within you." The tingling intensified, becoming a warm current flowing through Harry's veins. Suddenly, every magical signature in the room became perceptible to him, the ancient enchantments in the walls, the protective spells on the artifacts surrounding them, even Ragnak's own inherent magic, which pulsed with a steady, metallic rhythm. "I can feel everything," Harry whispered, overwhelmed by the sensory input. "The magic in the room, in the objects, in you." Ragnak nodded. Enhanced magical perception. A rare gift, most commonly associated with Hufflepuff's line. The goblet in Harry's hand abruptly shattered, sending shards of crystal and drops of fire whiskey across the table. Neither Harry nor Ragnak flinched. Unpredictable surges of magical power, the Goblin King observed calmly. A common symptom when a wizard's magical core expands suddenly. Like a river breaking its banks. Harry stared at the broken goblet, distantly aware that he should be apologizing for breaking what was likely a priceless antique, but too caught up in the strange sensations coursing through him to form the words. Before he could regain his composure, the chamber around them began to shake. Books tumbled from shelves, scrolls unrolled themselves, and the enchanted ceiling flickered like a faulty light. "What's happening?" Harry managed, rising unsteadily to his feet as the tremors intensified. "Your awakening is affecting the ambient magic," Ragnak explained, also standing. "More dramatically than anticipated. We should move to a more containable environment." The Goblin King snapped his fingers, and a section of the wall slid open, revealing a passage. "This way, quickly." They hurried through the opening just as a flash of pure magical energy burst from Harry's body, knocking both of them forward. Behind them, the chamber erupted with uncontrolled magic, artifacts flying from shelves, books flapping open like startled birds, the great table rising several feet off the floor. The passage sealed itself as they stumbled into what appeared to be a circular arena, a vast space with tiered stone seating surrounding a central platform. The walls and floor were etched with containment runes that glowed blue with active magic. "The proving grounds," Ragnak explained, his usual composure slightly frayed. "Where young goblins test their magical abilities. The containment spells should prevent your awakening from causing structural damage to the bank." "Should?" Harry echoed, wincing as another wave of energy rippled through him. This time, he watched in astonishment as sparks of elemental magic danced across his skin, fire, water, earth, and air intermingling in impossible patterns. "The four elements," Ragnak murmured, keeping a cautious distance. "Each founder had an elemental affinity. It seems you've inherited them all." Harry barely heard him. The sensations were becoming overwhelming, not painful, exactly, but intense beyond description. He could feel magic singing in his blood, resonating with every fiber of his being. "Is this normal?" he gasped, dropping to one knee as the energy continued to build within him. "There is no normal for this situation, Mr. Potter," Ragnak replied. "You are the first of your kind." The magic surged again, stronger this time. Harry felt something deep within his magical core shift, expand, and then shatter like glass, releasing a flood of raw power that had been locked away. The runes on the arena floor flared blindingly bright as they struggled to contain the energy pouring from him. In that moment of magical fracture, Harry experienced something extraordinary, for distinct presences within his mind, each with its own flavor of consciousness. They were not fully formed personalities, more like echoes or impressions, but undeniably present, a bold, fiery will that urged action and courage. A subtle, analytical intellect that observed and calculated. A patient, nurturing presence that sensed the connections between all things. A determined ambition that sought paths to greatness and survival at all costs. They spoke not in words but in sensations, impressions, and instinctive urges, the magical essence of the founders themselves, preserved within their bloodlines and now awakened in their shared descendant. Just as suddenly as it had begun, the surge subsided. The elemental energy dancing across Harry's skin faded, and the pulsing in his core settled into a steady, powerful rhythm. He remained on one knee, breathing heavily, his entire body tingling with residual magic. When he finally looked up, he found Ragnarok watching him with an expression of calculated interest. "Well," the Goblin King said, brushing dust from his robes. "That was rather more dramatic than anticipated." Harry rose shakily to his feet. What just happened to me?" "In simplest terms, your magical inheritance has awakened. You now have access to abilities and power that have lain dormant within your bloodline for centuries." Ragnarok approached cautiously. "How do you feel?" It was a deceptively simple question with no simple answer. Harry took a moment to assess himself. Physically, he felt different. Stronger, more alert, more present in his body. Magically, the change was even more profound. His magic no longer felt like a tool he called upon when needed, but an integral part of his being, like breathing or the beating of his heart. "I feel complete," he finally said. "As if I've been living my whole life with only part of myself awake." Ragnarok nodded. "A common description among those who experience magical awakenings, though yours is exceptional in its magnitude." He gestured toward the center of the arena. "Would you care to test your new capabilities? This space is designed for that purpose." Harry hesitated, then nodded and moved to the center of the platform. Drawing his wand felt oddly redundant now, but he did so out of habit. The moment his fingers closed around a familiar holly wood, he felt a surge of connection far more intense than ever before. "Lumos," he whispered, expecting the usual soft glow at the tip of his wand. Instead, the entire arena blazed with light so intense that both he and Ragnarok had to shield their eyes. Harry hastily cancelled the spell with a muttered "Nox," plunging them back into the normal lighting. "Perhaps something less illuminating," Ragnarok suggested dryly. Harry nodded, slightly embarrassed. He pointed his wand at a small stone on the ground. "Wingardium Leviosa." The stone rose obediently, along with every other loose object in the arena, including Ragnarok's spectacles, which floated off his nose. "Sorry," Harry exclaimed, cancelling the spell quickly and catching the glasses before they could fall. He handed them back to the Goblin King, who accepted them with remarkable composure for someone who had just been partially levitated. "It seems your control requires some refinement," Ragnarok observed, repositioning his spectacles. "Not unexpected, given the circumstances." Harry stared at his wand, feeling simultaneously powerful and clumsy, like a giant trying to thread a needle. "I need to relearn everything," he realized aloud. "All my spells, all my control." "Indeed," Ragnarok agreed. "Though I suspect you'll find yourself capable of magic well beyond standard spellwork once you've adjusted." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "There are records of founder descendants developing unique magical abilities. Salazar's line produced Parselmouths, of course, which you already experienced. Godric's descendants often showed affinity for combat magic and transfiguration. Rowena's line produced natural legilimens and those with eidetic memory. Helga's descendants typically excelled in healing, elemental magic, and could often sense magical signatures." Harry considered this. "And someone with all four bloodlines?" "Unprecedented," Ragnarok repeated. "But logically, you may develop aspects of all these gifts, plus emergent abilities from their combination." Before Harry could respond, a loud gong resonated throughout the arena. Ragnarok frowned and withdrew a small golden object from his pocket, something like a pocket watch but with multiple spinning hands. "Interesting," the Goblin King murmured. "It seems news of unusual magical activity has reached the upper levels. The Ministry's sensors will have detected it as well." He pocketed the device and turned to Harry. "We have perhaps 10 minutes before questions become unavoidable. We must decide quickly how to proceed." The implications hit Harry like a physical blow. His change in magical status would not remain secret for long, not after the display of power that had just occurred. The wizarding world would know, and they would react. After Voldemort, after everything, he would once again be thrust into the spotlight, marked as different, special, chosen. "I need time," he said, a note of desperation entering his voice. "Time to understand what this means, what I can do, before everyone starts making demands or expecting things from me." Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. "I can offer you sanctuary within Gringotts for 3 days. Beyond that would violate certain treaties with the Ministry." 3 days, Harry repeated. It wasn't much, but it was something. "And after that?" "After that, Mr. Potter, you face the world as what you truly are, the heir of 4 founders, a wizard of unprecedented magical heritage." The Goblin King's amber eyes gleamed. "But you will not face it unprepared. Gringotts hold certain artifacts, books, and knowledge left by the founders for their descendants. These rightfully belong to you now." Another gong sounded, more urgent than the first. "We must move quickly," Ragnarok said. "There is a room prepared in the secure levels where you can remain undisturbed. I will have the founder artifacts brought to you there." He paused. "In return, I ask only that you remember who revealed your heritage to you, and that the Goblin Nation was first to recognize your true status." Harry understood the unspoken political implications. The goblins were positioning themselves as his allies before the rest of the wizarding world knew what was happening. It was a calculated move, yet he sensed genuine respect in Ragnarok's manner, respect he had rarely encountered from goblins before. "I'll remember," Harry promised. "And I'm grateful for the sanctuary, however brief." Ragnarok nodded, seemingly satisfied. "Come then. We have preparations to make before the Ministry arrives asking questions neither of us is ready to answer." As they left the arena through a hidden doorway, Harry cast one last look at the space where his life had changed irrevocably yet again. A strange sense of déjà vu settled over him. Hadn't his life always been defined by moments like this? Discoveries that rewrote his understanding of himself, that thrust new responsibilities upon him? The difference, he realized as they descended deeper into Gringotts' hidden levels, was that this time he wasn't an unwitting child. He was a grown man, an experienced wizard who had faced death and returned, who had defeated the darkest wizard of the age. Whatever came next, he would face it on his own terms. The sanctuary room was unlike anything Harry had expected. Rather than the austere stone chambers typical of Gringotts' lower levels, he found himself in a space that felt almost like a combination of the Hogwarts common rooms, warm wooden floors covered with rich carpets, comfortable furniture in various styles, bookshelves lining the walls, and a crackling fire in a large hearth. The ceiling was enchanted much like the Great Hall, currently showing a peaceful afternoon sky. "The Founders' Retreat," Ragnarok explained as they entered. "Created during Gringotts' founding as a neutral meeting place for the 4. It has been preserved exactly as they left it after their final gathering here." Harry turned slowly, taking in details with newfound perceptiveness. He could feel the layers of magic in the room, protection spells, comfort enchantments, and preservation charms so ancient and powerful they had become almost sentient. "I can sense them," he said quietly. "Echoes of their presence, lingering in the magic." "The room responds to founder blood," Ragnarok confirmed. "For anyone else, it appears as a simple waiting chamber. Only those with direct connection to the founders can see it as it truly is." Harry approached a table near the center of the room, where 4 chairs stood, each distinctly different in style. One was ornately carved with lions and phoenixes, upholstered in rich red leather. Another was elegant and airy, with bronze inlays forming constellations across its blue cushion. The third was sturdy and warm, decorated with badgers and vines on its yellow upholstery. The final chair was serpentine in design, with green cushions and silver details that seemed to catch light from impossible angles. "They actually sat here," Harry murmured. "Together. Planning Hogwarts, sharing ideas. And later, arguing over its future," Ragnarok added. "This is where they met for the last time before Slytherin's departure." Goblins witnessed that final meeting. We were the neutral keepers of this space. Harry's fingers brushed the back of Gryffindor's chair, and he was startled by a flash of memory that wasn't his own, a bearded man pounding the table in frustration, his voice carrying despite his attempt to control it. We cannot discriminate based on birth, Salazar. It goes against everything we've built. Pulling his hand back sharply, Harry looked at Ragnuk. I think I just experienced Gryffindor's memory. The Goblin King's eyebrows rose slightly. Fascinating. The blood connection must be allowing you access to imprinted memories within the objects. He gestured to the rest of the room. I imagine everything here holds similar impressions for you now. Harry moved carefully through the space, both eager and hesitant to touch objects and potentially trigger more memory flashes. A quill on a writing desk gave him a glimpse of Ravenclaw working late into the night, making complex arithmetic calculations. A chess set halfway through a game showed Hufflepuff and Slytherin engaged in friendly competition, their conversation focused on protective enchantments for the castle's foundations. These weren't ghosts or preserved consciousnesses like portraits, but fragmentary impressions, moments preserved by powerful magic in objects the founders had used regularly. Together, they painted a picture of four extraordinary individuals who, despite their differences, had shared a vision and worked together to realize it. They weren't always at odds, Harry observed, picking up a goblet that had shown him all four founders toasting the completion of Hogwarts' Great Hall. No, Ragnuk agreed. History tends to focus on their conflicts, particularly the rift with Slytherin. But they collaborated successfully for years before their differences became irreconcilable. A knock at the door interrupted them. At Ragnuk's command, the door opened to admit several goblin attendants carrying various items, chests, boxes, and folios of documents. The founder artifacts we've been able to gather on short notice, Ragnuk explained. Each item has been verified as authentic and directly connected to one of the four. As their descendant, these now belong to you by both goblin law and wizarding inheritance statutes. The goblins arranged the items around the room, then departed with short bows to both Harry and their king. When they were alone again, Ragnuk gestured to the collection. I suggest you begin with the journals, he said, indicating four leather-bound books of different colors. They contain the founders' personal writings, including details of their magical research that never became public knowledge. Harry approached the books reverently. The red journal bore Gryffindor's lion seal, the blue had Ravenclaw's eagle, the yellow showed Hufflepuff's badger, and the green was marked with Slytherin's serpent. When he touched Gryffindor's journal, the lion seal seemed to vibrate under his fingertips, and the book warmed as if recognizing his touch. They're protected by blood wards, Ragnuk explained. Only those of founder blood can open them, and until now, each book could only be opened by descendants of its specific author. Harry picked up Slytherin's journal experimentally. Despite his complicated feelings about that particular founder, the book responded to his touch just as Gryffindor's had, the serpent seal rippling as if alive. So I can read all four, Harry said, a mixture of awe and trepidation in his voice. You alone in wizarding history, Ragnuk confirmed. Which brings us to the matter of your public status. The ministry representatives will be arriving shortly, and decisions must be made about how to proceed. Harry carefully set down Slytherin's journal, his mind racing. What exactly will they have detected? Do they know what happened, or just that there was a magical disturbance? Their sensors will have registered an extraordinary surge of magical energy within Gringotts, far beyond what normal banking activities would generate. They will not know the specifics without our cooperation. Ragnuk's expression became shrewd. Which gives us some leverage in controlling the narrative. You want to keep this secret? Harry asked, surprised. Not indefinitely, that would be impossible. But perhaps, managed. Revealed strategically rather than in a panic. The Goblin King adjusted his spectacles. Consider, Mr. Potter, the wizarding world has barely stabilized after Voldemort's defeat. The revelation that the famous Harry Potter is now potentially the most magically powerful wizard in centuries, with legitimate blood claim to all four Hogwarts houses, it would cause considerable political turmoil. Harry grimaced. You're not wrong. There would be those who'd fear me, others who'd try to use me, and probably a few who'd want to challenge or eliminate me. Precisely. Neither of us benefits from chaos. I propose we inform the ministry representatives that a contained magical experiment was being conducted, causing the energy surge their sensors detected. We acknowledge your presence but attribute the magical signature to ancient artifacts being tested. Ragnarok paused. This buys you the 3 days of sanctuary to acclimate to your new abilities and study the Founder's knowledge. Afterward, we can determine a more strategic approach to revealing the truth. It was manipulative and political, qualities Harry had never particularly embraced. Yet the pragmatist in him recognized the wisdom in Ragnarok's suggestion. He needed time, and a mob of ministry officials, reporters, and curious onlookers would make that impossible. All right, he agreed reluctantly. But I want to tell my friends the truth. Hermione and Ron, at least. A reasonable request, Ragnarok conceded. Though I would suggest waiting until tomorrow, when your magical signature has stabilized somewhat. Your current state could be startling to those sensitive to such things. Another knock at the door signaled the arrival of more goblin attendants, one of whom approached Ragnarok and whispered something urgently in his ear. The Goblin King's expression remained impassive, but his eyes narrowed slightly. It seems our visitors are more prestigious than anticipated, he told Harry after the messenger withdrew. Not only ministry representatives but the Minister for Magic himself, Kingsley Shacklebolt, has arrived, requesting an immediate explanation for the magical disturbance. Harry winced. Kingsley would be harder to mislead, especially since they had a personal history. He'll know something's off if I'm involved. Indeed. Perhaps a modification to our approach is required. Ragnarok considered for a moment. The truth, but not all of it. We acknowledge that a ritual revealed unusual magical heritage in your bloodline, causing a temporary surge. We omit the specifics about the 4 founders until you are prepared to address the implications. It was the best compromise Harry could see. That works. But I'll need to speak with Kingsley personally, he'll expect it, and he deserves that much honesty. Ragnarok nodded. Very well. I shall arrange a meeting in my primary office. In the meantime, I suggest you, compose yourself. Your magical aura is still quite visible to those with the ability to perceive such things. Harry hadn't considered that. He closed his eyes and tried to focus on containing his magic, drawing it inward rather than letting it radiate outward. It was like trying to fold an ocean into a teacup, but gradually he felt his newly expanded magic respond, condensing around his core rather than flooding the room. When he opened his eyes, Ragnarok was watching him with something like approval. Impressive control for someone so recently awakened. The Founder's discipline is evident in your blood. Before Harry could respond, the door opened again, and a goblin in formal attire entered and bowed. Your Majesty, Minister Shacklebolt awaits in the royal audience chamber with his delegation. They are most insistent. Inform the minister we shall join him momentarily, Ragnarok replied. He turned back to Harry. Are you prepared, Mr. Potter? Harry took a deep breath, feeling his magic settle into a more manageable state within him. As ready as I'll ever be. As they left the Founder's retreat, Harry cast one last glance at the journals and artifacts waiting for him. For 3 days, at least, he would have a chance to understand what he had become before facing the wider implications. It didn't seem like nearly enough time. The passage to the audience chamber was mercifully short, giving Harry little opportunity to reconsider their plan. 2 ornate silver doors marked their destination, flanked by goblin guards in ceremonial armor. Remember, Ragnarok said quietly as the doors began to open. A partial truth. Your unusual heritage caused a magical awakening during a standard ritual. The specifics remain private until you choose otherwise. Harry nodded, straightening his robes and squaring his shoulders. Then he stepped through the doors beside the Goblin King to face the first ripples of what promised to become a tidal wave of change. The audience chamber was smaller than Harry had expected, clearly designed for private diplomatic meetings rather than public events. At its center stood a circular table of polished obsidian, around which sat several familiar figures. Kingsley Shacklebolt's tall form dominated one side, his traditional purple robes replaced with the more formal attire of his ministerial office. Beside him sat Percy Weasley, looking officiousness personified with a stack of parchment before him. To Kingsley's other side was Gawain Robards, head of the Auror department and technically Harry's superior during his time as an Auror. All three looked up as Harry and Ragnar entered, their expressions shifting from diplomatic patience to varying degrees of surprise. "Harry?" Kingsley's deep voice carried his confusion. "What are you doing here?" "Minister Shacklebolt," Ragnar interjected smoothly before Harry could respond. "I believe Mr. Potter's presence answers your primary question about the magical anomaly your sensors detected." Kingsley's eyes narrowed slightly as they moved between Harry and the Goblin King. "I see. And would either of you care to elaborate on how Harry is connected to a magical surge powerful enough to trigger alarms at the Department of Mysteries?" Harry met his former ally's gaze directly. "It's a bit complicated, Minister. I came to Gringotts today for what I thought was routine business. It turned out to be something else entirely. A lineage revelation ritual," Ragnar explained, taking his seat at the table and gesturing for Harry to do the same. "A standard Goblin procedure for verifying inheritance claims. In Mr. Potter's case, the results were unexpectedly significant." Percy Weasley's quill was already moving across his parchment. "What exactly does unexpectedly significant mean in this context?" he asked without looking up. "It means," Harry said carefully, "that I apparently have magical heritage that's been dormant until now. The ritual triggered some sort of awakening." Robards leaned forward, his weathered face serious. "An awakening powerful enough to register on Ministry sensors from inside Gringotts wards? That's unprecedented, Potter. The exact nature of Mr. Potter's heritage is, for the moment, a private matter between himself and Gringotts," Ragnar stated firmly. "Goblin law protects the confidentiality of such revelations until the individual chooses to disclose them." Kingsley's gaze remained fixed on Harry. "Is that your position as well, Harry? Because a magical event of this magnitude raises serious security concerns for the Ministry." Harry felt the weight of Kingsley's implicit question. They had history, trust built during the war. Kingsley was silently asking if Harry was hiding something dangerous. "Minister, Kingsley, I'm still processing this myself," Harry said honestly. "What happened today changes things for me personally, but it's not a threat to anyone. I just need a few days to understand it before it becomes public knowledge. And in the meantime, Mr. Potter will remain within Gringotts as our honored guest," Ragnar added, "where his adjusting magical signature can be properly monitored and contained." Kingsley exchanged glances with Robards, some unspoken communication passing between them. 3 days, Kingsley finally said. "The Ministry can accept a 3-day confidentiality period, given Gringotts' legal standing and Harry's unique status. After that, we'll need a full briefing." Ragnar inclined his head in agreement. "Acceptable terms." Percy looked up from his notes, frowning slightly. "Minister, protocol dictates that we should have Department of Mysteries representatives present for any, not necessary at this time, Percy," Kingsley interrupted firmly. "This is a diplomatic matter first. We'll involve the other departments when appropriate." He turned back to Harry. "I assume you'll want to inform Ms. Granger and the younger Mr. Weasley?" Harry nodded gratefully. "Yes, but not immediately. Tomorrow, perhaps, when things have settled a bit." "Understood. I'll make sure they're granted access when you request it." Kingsley stood, signaling the end of the meeting. 3 days, Harry. Then we talk, fully and frankly." 3 days, Harry agreed, rising as well. As the Ministry delegation prepared to leave, Kingsley moved closer to Harry and spoke in a lower voice. "Whatever this is, Harry, be careful. Power discovered suddenly rarely comes without complications. I know, Harry replied quietly. That's why I need the time. Kingsley nodded, squeezed Harry's shoulder briefly, then rejoined his colleagues. As they were escorted from the chamber by goblin guards, Harry felt a momentary pang of isolation. For the first time since his awakening, he realized how profoundly his life had changed, and how uncertain the path ahead had become. That went better than expected, Ragnarok observed once they were alone. Minister Shacklebolt is more reasonable than many of his predecessors. He's a good man, Harry agreed absently, his mind already turning to the next challenge. I need to learn control quickly. I can't risk another magical surge like before, especially not around my friends. The Goblin King studied him thoughtfully. Perhaps traditional wizarding methods of control are not what you require now. The founders each developed their own techniques for managing their considerable power. Their journals may offer more relevant guidance. Harry nodded. Then I should get started. 3 days isn't much time to absorb centuries of magical knowledge. Indeed not, Ragnarok agreed. Though I suspect you'll find yourself capable of assimilating information more rapidly than before. Ravenclaw's blood often manifests that way. He rose from his seat. I must attend to certain diplomatic matters in light of today's events. My assistants will ensure you have everything you need in the Founders' Retreat. As they parted ways at the chamber doors, the Goblin King paused. Mr. Potter, one final observation. Throughout wizarding history, periods of great change have often been heralded by the emergence of individuals with extraordinary magical gifts. It seems you are destined to be at the center of such moments. Harry gave a tired smile. Story of my life, really. Perhaps, Ragnarok acknowledged. But this time, you approach such a moment not as an unknowing child thrust into circumstances beyond his control, but as a man with experience, allies, and now, power equal to the challenges ahead. With that surprisingly encouraging thought, the Goblin King departed, leaving Harry to contemplate the unexpected trajectory his life had once again taken, and the ancient knowledge waiting to help him navigate it. Night had fallen outside the walls of Gringotts, though within the Founders' Retreat, the enchanted ceiling showed a perpetual twilight that cast the room in a gentle golden glow. Harry sat at the four-sided table, surrounded by open journals and ancient artifacts, his mind reeling with the knowledge he'd absorbed over the past several hours. The Founders' journals contained magic beyond anything taught at Hogwarts, deeper understandings of magical theory, experimental spellcraft, and philosophical approaches to wielding power that had been lost or deliberately obscured over the centuries. Some entries confirmed historical accounts, others contradicted everything Harry thought he knew about the Founders and Hogwarts itself. Godric's journal revealed a man far more strategic and calculating than his reputation suggested, his famous courage tempered by careful planning and a keen understanding of magical warfare. His development of battlement wards still used by magical governments worldwide had originated not from aggression but from a desire to protect magical communities from both Muggle persecution and magical threats. Rowena's writings were the most technically complex, filled with arithmetic equations and experimental charm work so advanced that Harry could only understand portions even with his enhanced comprehension. Yet between the theoretical passages were deeply personal reflections on the nature of wisdom, the ethics of knowledge, and her complicated relationship with her daughter Helena. Helga's journal surprised Harry the most. Far from the simple, kind-hearted figure of legend, Hufflepuff had been a magical innovator whose work with elemental magic and healing laid foundations that St. Mungo's still built upon. Her entries revealed a woman of tremendous power who chose to wield it gently, not from lack of ability but from a deliberate philosophical stance. Slytherin's journal was the last Harry had opened, his complicated feelings about the founder making him hesitant. The contents had challenged many of his preconceptions. Salazar's bigotry was indeed present in his writings, but contextualized by the historical period, a time when Muggle persecution of witches and wizards was at its height, and when Muggle-born students often brought that prejudice with them into the magical world. His emphasis on blood purity had been less about superiority and more about self-preservation during a dangerous era. This didn't excuse his views, but it made them more comprehensible. More surprising were Slytherin's innovations in potion-making, his development of wards that could recognize magical signatures, the precursor to modern security spells, and his complex understanding of magical languages beyond Parseltongue. He had been brilliant, paranoid, and ultimately tragic, unable to reconcile his fears with the vision of magical education his colleagues pursued. As Harry leafed through the final pages of Slytherin's journal, a loose parchment fell out, newer than the journal itself, yet still centuries old. It was written in a different hand, that of a descendant who had accessed the journal before the bloodline narrowed toward the Gaunts. I, Alaric Slytherin, record here what my father told me of the Founder's prophecy, spoken by Rowena Ravenclaw in her final hours and witnessed by my ancestor. Should the bloodlines ever converge, should one wizard or witch carry the heritage of all four founders, a new era of magic shall begin. The convergent one will either unite the wizarding world in harmony or fracture it beyond repair. Such power in a single vessel has been deemed impossible by subsequent generations, yet the prophecy remains, passed through the bloodlines as both warning and hope. Harry stared at the parchment, a chill running down his spine despite the room's warmth. Another prophecy. Another destiny thrust upon him without his consent. Bloody hell, he muttered, setting the parchment aside and rubbing his temples. A soft knock at the door broke his concentration. Enter, he called, grateful for the interruption. A goblin attendant appeared, bearing a tray with food and drink. His Majesty thought you might require sustenance, Mr. Potter. You've been studying for 7 hours without pause. Harry blinked in surprise. 7 hours. It felt like barely 2. Ravenclaw's time sense, the attendant commented, setting down the tray. Her descendants often lose themselves in study. He gestured to the food, a hearty stew, fresh bread, and what appeared to be goblin mead. Is there anything else you require? Harry's stomach growled at the sight of food, reminding him that magical awakenings apparently worked up quite an appetite. No, this is perfect. Thank you. As the attendant withdrew, Harry served himself, suddenly ravenous. Between bites, he continued reviewing his notes, practical exercises from Godric's journal that might help control his new magical levels, meditation techniques from Helga's writings designed to center one's elemental affinities, memory organization methods from Rowena that could help process his new knowledge, and Salazar's approaches to sensing and manipulating magical energies. He had just finished the stew when another knock came at the door, more forceful this time. Come in, Harry called, wondering what Ragnuk wanted at this hour. The door swung open to reveal not a goblin, but a familiar bushy-haired figure with a determined expression. Hermione Granger stood in the doorway, wand in hand, with Ron Weasley right behind her. Harry James Potter, Hermione said in a dangerously calm voice. Would you care to explain why you're sequestered in Gringotts, why the minister himself is being cryptic about your status, and why, she faltered slightly, her eyes widening as she fully registered his appearance, why your magical signature is practically visible to the naked eye? Ron peered over her shoulder, his expression somewhere between concern and amusement. Mate, you look different. Harry realized he'd been so absorbed in the journals that he hadn't considered how his transformation might appear to others. He had no mirror in the retreat, but based on his friend's reactions, the changes must be noticeable. You're early, he said lamely. I was planning to call you tomorrow, when I'd had more time to. He gestured vaguely at himself. Early? Ron echoed. Harry, it's nearly midnight. Kingsley contacted us hours ago with some bizarre story about you needing privacy for a magical development, and you think we'd just wait patiently until you decided to fill us in? Hermione stepped fully into the room, her analytical gaze taking in the ancient journals, the artifacts, and the strange room itself. This isn't a regular Gringotts chamber, she observed. The magic here is old. Very old. Her eyes locked with Harry's. What's happened to you? Harry sighed, setting aside Slytherin's journal. These were his best friends, the people who had stood by him through everything. If anyone deserved the full truth immediately, it was them. You might want to sit down, he suggested, gesturing to the chairs around the table. It's a bit of a long story. As his friends cautiously took seats, Hermione in Ravenclaw's chair and Ron in Hufflepuff's, Harry noticed how they both flinched slightly when they felt the ancient magic respond to their presence. The chairs hadn't rejected them, but they clearly sensed these weren't their intended occupants. "Start at the beginning," Hermione prompted, her initial anger giving way to scholarly curiosity. "Right. The beginning." Harry took a deep breath. "I got a letter from the Goblin King asking me to come to Gringotts to discuss inheritance matters. I thought it was routine business, but when I arrived, Ragnarok had me participate in something called a lineage revelation ritual. He explained everything: the ritual, the discovery of his connection to all four founders, the magical awakening that had followed, and his agreement with Ragnarok and Kingsley for a 3-day grace period before going public." As he spoke, he could see Hermione's mind racing, connecting historical dots and magical theories, while Ron's expression shifted from disbelief to something approaching awe. "All four founders?" Ron finally said when Harry finished. "That's, bloody hell, that's impossible." "Unlikely but not technically impossible," Hermione corrected automatically. "Considering the number of generations between the founders' time and now, and the intermarriage among wizarding families." She trailed off, her gaze fixed on Harry with new intensity. "The magical surge at Gringotts registered all the way to Hogwarts. McGonagall contacted me about it, wondering if I knew anything." Harry winced. "I didn't realize it was that powerful." "Powerful enough that the Department of Mysteries went on high alert," Ron confirmed. "Dad said they haven't seen readings like that since Dumbledore fought you-know-who at the Ministry." The comparison hung in the air, uncomfortable in its implications. "I'm still me," Harry said quietly, feeling a sudden need to reassure them, and perhaps himself. "Just with more, I guess." "Of course you are," Hermione said quickly, reaching across the table to squeeze his hand. She withdrew it just as quickly, however, with a small gasp. "You're magic, I can feel it, like static electricity, but more." "Sorry," Harry said. "I'm still working on containing it properly." "Don't apologize," Ron said, leaning forward with unusual seriousness. "Harry, do you realize what this means? Not just the power, but politically. The heir of all four founders has certain historical implications." Harry and Hermione both stared at Ron in surprise. He flushed slightly. "What?" "I do know some wizarding history. Especially the parts about how certain bloodlines have legitimate claims to things." "He's right," Hermione acknowledged, her expression troubled. "In medieval magical law, which has never been fully superseded, the magical heir of a founder has legitimate claim to their portion of Hogwarts and its grounds. An heir to all four would theoretically have claim to the entire school and its assets." "Which I have zero interest in," Harry interjected quickly. "It doesn't matter if you're interested," Ron pointed out. "Others will be very interested on your behalf. The old pureblood families will see this as a chance to reassert traditional authority structures. Progressive elements will want you to use your status to push reforms. Everyone will want a piece of you, again." Harry grimaced. "Just what I always wanted, more political attention." Hermione was examining the journals on the table with growing excitement despite the serious conversation. "These are the actual founders' journals? Original writings in their own hands?" She looked up at Harry with academic hunger in her eyes. "The historical value alone is incalculable. The insights into early magical theory, the personal accounts of Hogwarts founding." "I knew that would be your first concern," Harry said with a fond smile. "Yes, they're the originals. And yes, you can read them, though you'll need me to open them for you. They're blood-warded." Ron was studying Harry with a thoughtful expression. "You look different. Not just the magical aura thing Hermione mentioned. Your eyes are greener, somehow. And you seem more present," Hermione supplied, redirecting her attention back to Harry. "Like you're fully inhabiting your space in a way most people don't." It's subtle but noticeable. Harry hadn't considered physical changes. The goblins didn't mention anything about appearance alterations. It's not dramatic, Hermione assured him. You're still unmistakably you. Just, enhanced, somehow. Great, Harry muttered. Because I wasn't recognizable enough before. Ron snorted. Look at it this way, maybe people will be so busy staring at your new magical glow that they'll forget about the scar for once. Despite everything, Harry found himself laughing. Leave it to Ron to find the absurd silver lining. Hermione soon joined in, and for a moment, they were just three friends sharing a joke, as they had been since they were 11 years old. When the laughter subsided, Hermione's expression grew serious again. What's your plan, Harry? 3 days isn't long to adjust to something this significant. I know, Harry sighed. I've been studying the Founders' journals, trying to learn their methods for controlling magical power. They each had different approaches. He gestured to his notes. I've been compiling exercises and techniques to practice. Ron picked up one of the parchments covered in Harry's handwriting. Battle magic channeling through elemental affinity, he read aloud. Bloody hell, Harry, this looks intense. Gryffindor believed in directing magical surges into purposeful action, Harry explained. Basically, using controlled combat magic as a release valve for excess power. And the others? Hermione asked, clearly intrigued despite her concerns. Ravenclaw focused on mental compartmentalization, creating structured pathways in the mind to direct magical energy. Hufflepuff used connection with natural elements as grounding techniques. And Slytherin? Harry hesitated. Slytherin developed what we'd now call occlumency as a power containment method, along with something similar to legilimency for extending magical senses. Hermione was nodding thoughtfully. A multifaceted approach would make sense, given your unique situation. Have you tried any of these methods yet? Just basic exercises, Harry admitted. I wanted to understand the theory before attempting anything significant, especially given my current volatility. Smart, Ron commented. Last thing we need is you accidentally blowing up Gringotts. The goblins are just starting to forgive the dragon thing. Another knock at the door interrupted their conversation. This time it was Ragnarok himself who entered, looking slightly surprised to find Harry with visitors. I see your friends have arrived earlier than anticipated, the Goblin King observed, his amber eyes moving from Ron to Hermione with analytical precision. Sorry about that, Harry said. I guess I lost track of time while studying. Ragnarok waved off the apology. No matter. Ms. Granger, Mr. Weasley, welcome to the Founders' Retreat. I trust Mr. Potter has explained the situation. He has, Hermione confirmed, straightening slightly under the goblin's gaze. And we appreciate Gringotts' discretion in the matter. Self-interest and discretion often align, Ragnarok replied cryptically. He turned to Harry. I came to inform you that certain, interested parties have already begun making inquiries about today's magical event. The 3-day window may face increasing pressure. Harry frowned. What kind of inquiries? From whom? Various sources. The Department of Mysteries, naturally. Several ancient wizarding families with historical connections to the Founders. The International Confederation of Wizards Magical Anomaly Committee. Ragnarok adjusted his spectacles. News of significant magical occurrences travels quickly in certain circles, even when the specifics remain confidential. So much for keeping a low profile, Harry muttered. Did you really expect otherwise? Ron asked. A magical surge felt from Gringotts to Hogwarts. People are going to talk. Indeed, Ragnarok agreed. Which is why I suggest accelerating your studies, Mr. Potter. The practical aspects of control should take priority now. Your friend's assistance might prove valuable in this regard. Hermione immediately straightened, her expression shifting to what Ron and Harry had long ago dubbed her study mode. We'll help however we can. I can research historical precedents for magical awakenings, look for parallels that might, Hermione, Harry interrupted gently. I think Ragnarok means practical assistance. Like helping me test my control in a safe environment. Oh. She blinked, then nodded decisively. Of course. We can do that too. Ragnarok seemed faintly amused by the exchange. I shall leave you to it, then. The deeper training chambers are available should you require space for more, dynamic exercises. He turned to go, then paused. One final note, Mr. Potter. The prophecy fragment you discovered in Slytherin's journal, there are corresponding references in the other founder's lines. It may be worth examining those connections when time permits. With that cryptic comment, the Goblin King departed, leaving Harry to explain about the prophecy to his friends, who were now looking at him with matching expressions of concern. Another prophecy? Ron groaned. Seriously? Apparently so, Harry confirmed wearily. Though this one's been waiting about 1,000 years to apply to anyone. Hermione's brow had furrowed in the way it always did when she was processing complex information. The convergence of all 4 bloodlines must have been considered virtually impossible, even by the founders themselves. The magical odds against it. And yet, here we are, Harry said, gesturing to himself with a wry smile. Apparently my talent for magical improbability extends to genetics. Ron leaned back in Hufflepuff's chair, which adjusted itself slightly to better accommodate his height. So what now? More studying? Testing your new abilities? Preparing for the political circus that's going to explode when this goes public? All of the above, Harry replied. But first. He stood up, feeling a sudden certainty about what needed to happen next. I need to truly understand what I've become. Not just intellectually, but magically. And for that, I need your help. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, then stood as well, their expressions resolute. Whatever came next, they would face it together, as they always had. What do you need us to do? Hermione asked. Harry smiled at his friends, feeling a surge of gratitude that amid all the chaos and uncertainty, some things remained constant. Remember the room of requirement? How we practice defensive magic there. I need something similar, a space where I can safely push my limits and see what I'm actually capable of now. The training chambers Ragnarok mentioned, Ron suggested. Probably Goblin warded against magical accidents. Harry nodded. Exactly. And I need you two as both spotters and, well, measuring sticks. I need to understand how my magic compares now, how it affects others, how to modulate it properly. Like magical calibration, Hermione said, understanding dawning in her eyes. Using our normal magical levels as a baseline. Precisely. Harry gathered up the most relevant notes and journals. Let's go find one of these training chambers. Time to see what the heir of 4 founders can actually do. As they moved toward the door, Ron clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder. Just promise me one thing, mate. What's that? When you inevitably discover some ridiculously powerful new ability that no one's seen in centuries, try not to look too smug about it. Ron's serious expression cracked into a grin. Magical history already mentions you enough as it is. Despite everything, the pressure, the uncertainty, the looming public revelation, Harry found himself laughing again as they stepped into the corridor, ready to explore the new reality of his existence. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them with knowledge from the past, power in the present, and friends by his side. It wasn't the path he would have chosen, but perhaps, just perhaps, it was the path where he could finally do more than simply react to destiny, where he could shape it instead. Chapter 2, Heirs and Usurpers. The training chamber deep beneath Gringotts resembled an ancient colosseum in miniature, a circular arena 40 feet in diameter, surrounded by tiered stone seating. The walls, floor, and ceiling were etched with protective runes that glowed faintly blue in the dim light. Overhead, enchanted crystals provided illumination that adjusted to the occupants' needs without command. This is incredible, Hermione breathed, running her fingers over the nearest wall. These containment wards are unlike anything I've studied. The runic integration is seamless. Ron rolled his eyes fondly. We're about to witness potentially history-altering magic, and she's admiring the stonework. The stonework is part of what will keep us from being reduced to ash if things go wrong, Hermione replied primly, though a smile tugged at her lips. Harry stood in the center of the arena, feeling the chamber's ancient magic respond to his presence. The runes brightened slightly, as though recognizing the founder blood flowing through his veins. He could sense the multiple layers of protection, spells designed to contain explosions, absorb excess magical energy, and prevent structural damage to the surrounding bank. Right, he said, turning to face his friends. Let's start with something simple. A power baseline. He drew his wand, the familiar holly and phoenix feather that had served him through so many battles. Hermione, cast your strongest shield charm. I'll test it with a basic Expelliarmus. Hermione nodded and moved to stand opposite Harry, raising her wand. Protego Maxima. A shimmering blue shield materialized before her, stronger than a standard Protego but still within normal magical parameters. Ready? Harry asked, aiming his wand. Ready, Hermione confirmed, bracing herself. Expelliarmus. Harry cast the spell with what felt to him like minimal effort, a mere fraction of the power now available to him. The jet of scarlet light that erupted from his wand was no ordinary disarming charm. It blazed across the arena like concentrated sunlight, striking Hermione's shield with a sound like a cathedral bell. The shield shattered instantly, and the remainder of the spell's energy sent Hermione flying backwards several feet before the chamber's cushioning charms activated to break her fall. Hermione. Ron rushed to her side as Harry stood frozen in horror. I'm fine, she assured them both, sitting up with a slightly dazed expression. Just, surprised. That was supposed to be a basic disarming charm. I barely put any power into it, Harry said, staring at his wand. I thought I was holding back. Ron helped Hermione to her feet. Well, mate, your definition of holding back needs serious recalibration. Clearly. Harry lowered his wand, shaken by the demonstration. I could have hurt you badly. But you didn't, Hermione said firmly. That's why we're practicing. Now we know we need to start with even more basic parameters. She straightened her robes and retook her position. Try again, but imagine you're barely whispering the spell. The minimum magic required. Harry nodded, focusing intently on restraining his power. This time when he cast, the spell emerged as a more normal-looking jet of light, still brighter than his pre-awakening magic, but not the blinding beam of before. It still broke through Hermione's shield, but gently enough that she merely staggered backward a step. Better, she said encouragingly. Still stronger than your normal Expelliarmus, but manageable. They continued for nearly an hour, with Harry practicing increasingly fine control over his magical output. Simple charms became exercises in precision, lighting a single candle without igniting the entire row, levitating a feather to an exact height without sending it shooting to the ceiling. Transfiguration proved especially challenging. When attempting to transform a goblet into a rat, Harry accidentally created a detailed silver automaton that scurried around with lifelike movements. The precision is improving, Hermione noted, watching Harry carefully reduce the light from his Lumos spell until it resembled a firefly rather than a spotlight. But sustained control seems to be the greater challenge. It's like holding back a river with my fingertips, Harry admitted. I can do it, but it takes constant concentration. Ron, who had been observing thoughtfully, suddenly snapped his fingers. You're approaching this wrong. Both of you. Harry and Hermione turned to him in surprise. What do you mean? Hermione asked. You're trying to force Harry's new power level to behave like his old one, like he's just Harry with more magic to suppress. But that's not what happened. Ron gestured expansively. You've got 4 different magical traditions flowing through you now, mate. 4 approaches to channeling power. Harry stared at his friend. Ron, that's actually brilliant. Don't sound so surprised, Ron replied with a grin. Sometimes the strategic mind comes in handy outside of chess. Hermione's eyes had lit up with understanding. Of course. We've been focusing on restriction when we should be focusing on redirection. She turned to Harry. The founders each had different magical specialties. Instead of trying to contain all your magic in one way, you should direct different aspects of it through different channels. Harry considered this, remembering passages from the founders' journals. Godric channeled excess power into his sword during duels. Rowena used complex mental visualizations. Helga connected with earth magic as a stabilizing force. And Salazar. He paused. Salazar used Parseltongue as a precision control mechanism. Can you still speak Parseltongue? Ron asked. I thought that ability died with the Horcrux. Harry hadn't considered this. He closed his eyes, focusing on the serpentine aspect of his newly awakened heritage. When he spoke, the familiar sibilant hissing emerged naturally. I am the heir of Salazar Slytherin by blood and magic. Opening his eyes, he found Ron and Hermione staring at him. I'll take that as a yes, Ron said. Still creepy, by the way. It's different now, Harry explained. Before, it felt like accessing something foreign within me. Now it's just, another language I know, as natural as English. Hermione was already thinking ahead. Try casting a spell in Parseltongue. Slytherin's journal mentioned it as a method for precise magical control, didn't it? Harry nodded and raised his wand again, focusing on the simplest charm. Lumos, he hissed in Parseltongue. The light that appeared at his wand tip was unlike any lumos they had seen before, a perfect sphere of emerald radiance that cast no shadows yet illuminated the entire chamber with crystal clarity. Remarkable, Hermione whispered. The quality of the magic is different, not just the control. Encouraged, Harry continued experimenting. By channeling specific spells through different aspects of his heritage, he discovered he could achieve vastly different effects with the same incantation. A shield charm cast with Gryffindor's approach became an aggressive barrier that pushed outward. With Ravenclaw's influence, it became selectively permeable, allowing certain spells through while blocking others. Hufflepuff's method created a shield that could extend to protect others nearby, and Slytherin's version was nearly invisible but intensely powerful. This is the key, Harry said after 2 more hours of practice, feeling more confident than he had since the awakening. Not suppression, but selective channeling. And combination, Hermione added excitedly. When you merged Ravenclaw's analytical precision with Hufflepuff's inclusive protection in that last shield, the result was something I've never seen before. Ron checked his watch. We've been at this for nearly 5 hours. It's almost dawn. Harry blinked in surprise. The time had passed in what felt like minutes. You two should get some rest. I can continue practicing. Not a chance, Ron said firmly. We're seeing this through. Besides, I'm not missing the chance to witness the birth of entirely new forms of magic. Hermione nodded in agreement. The theoretical implications alone are extraordinary. The practical applications even more so. Harry felt a surge of gratitude for his friend's unwavering support. All right, but let's take a short break. Food might be a good idea, I'm starving again. Magical expenditure requires energy, Hermione observed. And you're channeling extraordinary amounts of power. It makes sense that your metabolism would be affected. As if summoned by their discussion, the arena door opened to admit a goblin attendant carrying a laden tray. His Majesty thought refreshments might be required, the goblin explained, setting down the tray on a small table that materialized from the floor. The food was hearty and plentiful, hot bread, cold meats, cheese, fruit, and flagons of a revitalizing drink that tasted of berries and herbs. As they ate, Harry shared more details from the founders' journals, particularly their approaches to magical innovation. Ravenclaw believed that most wizarding limitations were self-imposed, he explained between bites. She thought the standardization of spells and wand movements actually restricted magical development over time. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. That aligns with what we know about wandless cultures. Their magic often manifests differently, more intuitive, less formulaic. Exactly. And Hufflepuff wrote extensively about cooperative magic, spells that become more powerful when cast by multiple witches or wizards in harmony. Harry glanced between his friends. I'd like to try some of those techniques if you're willing. Of course, Hermione said immediately. Though I imagine your magical signature might overwhelm ours in any cooperative casting. Actually, Hufflepuff developed methods specifically for balancing disparate power levels, Harry replied. She called it harmonic equalization, allowing each participant to contribute proportionally without being subsumed by the strongest caster. Ron finished a piece of bread and reached for more. Sounds useful. What about Gryffindor and Slytherin? Any cooperative techniques from them? Different approaches. Gryffindor focused on complementary specialization, each person contributing their strongest skill to a combined effort. Slytherin preferred hierarchical channeling, with the most powerful witch or wizard directing and focusing the other's magic. Harry grimaced slightly. His methods are effective but require the secondary casters to surrender a degree of autonomy. I think we'll start with Hufflepuff's approach, Hermione said diplomatically. They were about to resume practice when the chamber door opened again. This time it was Ragnarok who entered, accompanied by another goblin Harry didn't recognize, older than the king, with white hair and eyes clouded by cataracts, yet moving with surprising grace. Mr. Potter, Ragnarok greeted him. I see you've been making productive use of the facilities. This is Elder Grimstack, our most knowledgeable scholar of Founder history and magic. He has requested to observe your progress. The elder goblin scrutinized Harry with those clouded eyes that nevertheless seemed to see with perfect clarity. So this is the Convergent One, Grimstack said, his voice gravelly with age. A millennium of waiting, and he manifests in our lifetime. Most unexpected. The what? Ron asked, looking between Harry and the goblins. The Convergent One, Grimstack repeated. The prophesied heir who unites all four founder bloodlines. The one who will either herald a new golden age or bring the final fracturing of wizarding society. He tilted his head. The prophecy fragments in the journals are mere shadows of the complete prediction. Harry felt a chill despite the chamber's warmth. There's more to the prophecy than what I found in Slytherin's journal. Indeed, Grimstack confirmed. Each founder recorded a portion, but only together does the full meaning emerge. The goblins have preserved this knowledge, watching for signs of convergence through the centuries. Hermione stepped forward, curiosity overtaking caution. You've known about this prophecy all along. Why hasn't it been recorded in wizarding histories? Grimstack gave what might have been a smile, revealing pointed teeth worn with age. Not all knowledge is shared with wand carriers, Ms. Granger. Some truths are preserved by those deemed more responsible. I'd like to hear the complete prophecy, Harry said, his tone making it clear this wasn't a request. Ragnarok and Grimstack exchanged glances. The king nodded slightly. As you wish, Grimstack said. He closed his clouded eyes and recited in a rhythmic cadence, when four streams to one river flow, the Convergent One shall come to know power that founders four once held, in single vessel finally meld. The castle's heart shall beat anew, as ancient magics rise to view. Kingdom divided shall stand or fall, as heir of founders claims their call. Light or darkness hangs in the scale, as old divisions mend or veil. The choice of paths shall set the course, for magic's future, better or worse. Silence fell when Grimstack finished, the words seeming to hang in the air with ominous weight. Well, Ron finally said, at least it rhymes. Makes a change from the usual cryptic doom prophecies. Despite the tension, Harry couldn't help a short laugh. Leave it to you to find the silver lining, Ron. Hermione, however, was frowning thoughtfully. Kingdom divided, the castle's heart, these sound like references to Hogwarts and perhaps the wizarding government. But what does it mean by claim their call? It means, Grimstack explained, that Mr. Potter has legitimate claim to Hogwarts itself, not merely as headmaster or steward, but as hereditary ruler. The school was built on land granted to the 4 founders jointly by the magical authority of the time. By blood right, it belongs to their true heir. That's ridiculous, Harry said immediately. Hogwarts is an educational institution, not a kingdom or political entity. Ragnarok adjusted his spectacles. In modern times, yes. But the original charter establishes Hogwarts as what we might now call a city-state, autonomous, self-governing, with the founders as its rightful rulers. That legal status was never formally dissolved, merely reinterpreted over the centuries. Harry stared at the Goblin King. Are you seriously suggesting I have some sort of legal claim to rule Hogwarts? Not merely Hogwarts, Grimstack interjected. The founders' authority extended to all magical education and practice within Britain. The ministry itself evolved from administrative bodies created to implement the founders' educational directives. This is absurd, Harry said, running a hand through his hair in frustration. I'm not claiming anything. I don't want to rule Hogwarts or anything else. Your desires may be irrelevant, Grimstack replied bluntly. The awakening of founder magic after a millennium will not go unnoticed or unchallenged. Already, those with stakes in the old order are mobilizing. What do you mean? Hermione asked sharply. Who's mobilizing? Ragnarok took over. Certain ancient families with historical connections to the founders have maintained alternative interpretations of magical governance. They view the current ministry as a temporary stewardship that would naturally dissolve upon the emergence of a true founder heir. Like wizard royalists? Ron asked incredulously. Waiting for the return of magical monarchy? A crude but not inaccurate description, Ragnarok conceded. They call themselves the conclave of traditional authority. Their influence has waned in recent centuries, but they maintain seats on the Wisengamot and significant financial power. And they're led by a wizard named Doric Blackthorn, Harry guessed, remembering the name from the story outline. Both goblins looked at him in surprise. How did you know that? Ragnarok asked. Harry hesitated. He couldn't exactly explain that he'd seen the name in a meta-narrative outline. I saw the name in a vision. When my magic first awakened. It wasn't entirely false. The founder's memories had shown him fragments of magical history, though not specifically about Blackthorn. Interesting, Grimstack murmured. The heir's sight manifests already. Yes, Doric Blackthorn is the current leader of the conclave. His family claims distant relation to Ravenclaw's line, though insufficient for direct inheritance. He has already requested a formal meeting with you. I'm not meeting with wizard royalists, Harry said firmly. You may not have a choice, Ragnarok replied. The magical awakening has set forces in motion beyond any of our control. Within Goblin society alone, factions are already forming, those who believe we should support the Convergent One against those who fear what your awakening portends for Goblin autonomy. Hermione looked alarmed. Your position is being challenged because you helped Harry. Politics is the same in any species, Ms. Granger, Ragnarok said with a thin smile. Power shifts create opportunity and threat in equal measure. There are those among my kind who believe I have given wizards an advantage by facilitating Mr. Potter's awakening. Harry felt a stab of guilt. I never intended to cause problems for you or the Goblin Nation. Intention is irrelevant, Grimstack stated flatly. The consequences unfold regardless. Which brings us to the immediate concern, Ragnarok continued. Your safety, Mr. Potter. The 3-day sanctuary period remains in effect, but beyond Gringotts walls, multiple factions will seek to control or influence you. Some may take more direct approaches if persuasion fails. You mean someone might try to kill me, Harry said bluntly. It would not be the first assassination attempt on a founder heir, Grimstack confirmed. Though never before has the target united all four bloodlines. Ron stepped closer to Harry, his expression hardening. Anyone coming for Harry has to go through us first. Admirable loyalty, Ragnarok acknowledged. But perhaps insufficient against the forces aligning. Mr. Potter needs more than friendship, valuable though that is. He needs information, preparation, and strategic positioning. What do you suggest? Harry asked, sensing the Goblin King had specific recommendations in mind. First, complete your initial control training. Today, if possible. Ragnarok gestured to the arena. Second, study the complete founder records we've assembled, not just their journals but the historical context and legal implications of your status. Third, he paused significantly, visit Hogwarts itself. Hogwarts? Hermione echoed. Term doesn't start for another month. The castle will be nearly empty. Precisely, Grimstack nodded. An opportunity to connect with the source of your heritage without distractions or politics. The castle itself contains founder magic that may respond to your presence, resources hidden from all but the true heir. You mean like the Chamber of Secrets? Ron asked. The chamber was merely Slytherin's personal addition, Grimstack replied dismissively. The founders created other spaces, collaborative chambers containing their combined knowledge and power. Spaces that have remained sealed since their deaths, awaiting the one who carries all four bloodlines. Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione, seeing his own mixture of wariness and curiosity reflected in their expressions. Headmistress McGonagall would need to approve any visit to Hogwarts, Hermione pointed out. Already arranged, Ragnarok said smoothly. I contacted Minerva McGonagall this morning. She has granted permission for your arrival tomorrow evening, after the 3-day sanctuary period concludes. She is, naturally, curious about the circumstances but has agreed to maintain discretion until you arrive. Harry felt a momentary flare of irritation at having his movements planned without consultation, but he recognized the pragmatic necessity. All right. Training today, study tonight, Hogwarts tomorrow. But I'm not meeting Blackthorn or acknowledging any so-called claim to magical authority. As you wish, Ragnarok said with a slight bow. Though I suspect Blackthorn will not be easily dissuaded from making his case. He turned to leave, then added, one final note, the ministry delegation will return this afternoon to check on your progress. Minister Shacklebolt has indicated he wishes to speak with you privately before your departure tomorrow. After the goblins left, Harry turned to his friends. Well, that was illuminating. And disturbing, Hermione added. A prophecy, magical royalists, political factions forming, this is escalating rapidly, Harry. Story of my life, he sighed. But at least this time I have some agency. And preparation. He rolled up his sleeves. Let's get back to training. I want full control before meeting with Kingsley or anyone else. The rest of the morning passed in intensive practice. Harry worked systematically through each founder's approach to magic, identifying their strengths and limitations. Godric's methods provided raw power and combat efficacy, Rowena's offered precision and innovation, Helga's granted stability and cooperative enhancement, Salazar's enabled subtlety and efficiency. By combining these approaches, Harry discovered he could create entirely new magical effects. A simple Aguamenti charm, filtered through Ravenclaw's analytical precision and Hufflepuff's elemental affinity, produced water with healing properties. Protective enchantments cast with Gryffindor's strength and Slytherin's subtlety created barriers that were simultaneously powerful and undetectable. You're inventing new magic, Hermione observed, her voice hushed with academic awe as Harry demonstrated a modified Patronus charm that combined all four founder influences, producing a stag that was simultaneously corporeal, intellectually directed, emotionally healing, and capable of moving through solid barriers. Not inventing, Harry corrected. Rediscovering, maybe. Or synthesizing. The founders themselves probably shared techniques and created combination effects we've lost over time. Ron had been practicing alongside them, attempting to incorporate some of Hufflepuff's cooperative enhancement methods into his own spellcasting. Whatever you call it, it's bloody brilliant. Imagine what the Aura department could do with some of these techniques. Or what the wrong people could do, Harry added soberly. I'm starting to understand why Ragnarok and Grimstack are concerned about different factions trying to control this knowledge. They broke for lunch, all three exhausted but satisfied with the progress. Harry's control had improved dramatically. He could now modulate his magical output from whisper to thunderstorm with conscious precision. More importantly, he was beginning to intuitively understand the different qualities of his founder heritage, calling on specific aspects as needed. As they ate, Hermione reviewed her notes, pages of observations about Harry's magical demonstrations, theoretical explanations, and potential applications. The educational implications alone are revolutionary, she mused. The Founder's original teaching methods could transform how magic is taught at Hogwarts. Assuming I survive long enough to share them, Harry said dryly. Ron frowned. Don't joke about that. The goblins seemed genuinely concerned about assassination attempts. I know, Harry sighed. I'm not taking it lightly. But I've had people trying to kill me since I was 1 year old. At least now I have the power to properly defend myself. A knock at the door announced the arrival of another goblin attendant. Mr. Potter, the ministry delegation has arrived earlier than expected. Minister Shacklebolt requests your presence in the diplomatic chamber immediately. Harry exchanged glances with his friends. So much for more practice time. How do I look? He ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair. Like yourself, only more so, Hermione said with a small smile. Your magical aura is still visible to those who can perceive such things, but it's much more contained than yesterday. Your eyes are definitely greener, Ron added. And you've got this. I don't know, presence about you. Like Dumbledore had, but different. Great, Harry muttered. Just what I always wanted, to be more noticeable. The diplomatic chamber was smaller than the audience hall where they'd first met with Kingsley, designed for intimate conversations rather than formal meetings. Kingsley waited alone, standing by a window that showed an enchanted view of London despite being deep underground. Harry, the minister greeted him, extending a hand. You're looking, well. Minister, Harry replied, shaking the offered hand. Thank you for agreeing to the 3-day arrangement. Kingsley, please. At least in private. He gestured to the comfortable chairs arranged around a small table. Shall we sit? We have much to discuss. As they settled into their seats, Harry noticed Kingsley studying him with careful attention. Your magical signature has stabilized considerably, the minister observed. Though it's still rather remarkable. You can see magical auras? Harry asked, surprised. Kingsley smiled slightly. One of the benefits, or burdens, of advanced aura training. Useful for identifying disguised wizards or detecting powerful magical artifacts. He leaned forward. Now, perhaps you can tell me what's really happening. The goblins have been uncharacteristically vague, and the magical surge we detected was powerful enough to trigger alarms not activated since Dumbledore's duel with Voldemort. Harry took a deep breath and explained everything, the ritual, his connection to all 4 founders, the awakening of dormant magical abilities, and even the prophecy Grimstack had shared. Throughout the explanation, Kingsley's expression remained impassive, though his eyes widened slightly at certain revelations. All 4 founders, he finally said when Harry finished. That explains the intensity of the magical signature. And you're certain of this lineage? The ritual couldn't be mistaken. The goblin blood rituals are apparently infallible, Harry replied. And the effects are unmistakable. I can feel the different magical traditions within me, access abilities that should be impossible. Kingsley nodded slowly. I believe you. Which leaves us with the rather significant question of what happens next. He steepled his fingers thoughtfully. The political implications alone are staggering. Certain elements within the Wiesengemot still adhere to blood-based authority structures. They'll view your founder heritage as legitimate claim to power beyond the ministry's jurisdiction. Doric Blackthorn and the conclave of traditional authority, Harry said. Kingsley's eyebrows rose. You know of them already? They're not exactly common knowledge. The goblins mentioned them. Apparently Blackthorn has requested a meeting. Which I strongly advise against, at least until we've established a clear legal and political framework for your new status. Kingsley's expression grew serious. Harry, you must understand, the wizarding world has spent centuries developing democratic institutions to replace the blood-based authority systems of the past. Your emergence as the heir of all four founders could be weaponized by those who wish to return to that older paradigm. I have zero interest in claiming any kind of authority based on bloodlines, Harry said firmly. You know my views on that sort of thing. I do, Kingsley acknowledged. But your personal intentions may not matter as much as the legal precedents and magical traditions your existence now activates. He leaned forward. The conclave will argue that certain authorities never legitimately transferred to the ministry, that they were held in trust, awaiting the return of true founder blood. It's an archaic position, but one with historical and magical weight behind it. Harry ran a hand through his hair in frustration. So what do you suggest? That I publicly renounce any claims I might have? Go into hiding until this blows over? Neither seems particularly practical. No, Kingsley agreed. What I suggest is strategic cooperation between you and the ministry to present a united front. We acknowledge your unique heritage and magical status while simultaneously affirming the legitimacy of established governmental structures. We present this not as competing authorities but as complementary ones. Political theater, Harry observed. Necessary theater, Kingsley corrected. The alternative is potential magical civil war between traditionalists who view you as the rightful ruler of magical Britain and progressives who fear a return to blood supremacy policies. The enormity of the situation settled on Harry's shoulders like a physical weight. Once again, his existence alone threatened to destabilize the wizarding world, not through any action of his own, but simply because of who and what he was. I need time, he said finally. Time to understand these abilities fully, to learn what they mean beyond the political implications. The goblins have arranged for me to visit Hogwarts tomorrow. Apparently there are founder chambers that might respond to my presence, knowledge and resources that could help me navigate this situation. Kingsley nodded thoughtfully. Hogwarts is a good next step. Neutral ground, magically significant, and under Minerva's protection. He hesitated. But Harry, be careful. The castle itself may respond to you in ways we can't predict. And you won't be the only one interested in what those founder chambers might contain. You think someone might try to follow me there? I think someone might already be waiting for you, Kingsley replied grimly. Hogwarts has never been as secure as we pretend. If founder chambers exist that respond to your bloodline, others have likely sought them for centuries. Your arrival could be the key they've waited for. A chill ran down Harry's spine at the thought. I'll be careful. And I won't be alone, Ron and Hermione are coming with me. Good. I'd offer aura protection, but a ministry presence might send the wrong message at this stage. Kingsley rose, signaling the end of their meeting. Keep me informed of anything significant you discover. And Harry. He paused, his expression softening slightly. Try to remember that while your bloodline may be extraordinary, it's your choices that have always defined you. That remains true, regardless of which founder's blood flows through your veins. The echo of Dumbledore's long-ago wisdom wasn't lost on Harry. He nodded, grateful for the reminder. Thank you, Kingsley. For understanding, and for giving me space to figure this out. Just don't take too long, the minister advised. News of this magnitude has a way of escaping containment, and I'd prefer we control the narrative rather than react to it. After Kingsley departed, Harry returned to his friends, who had been waiting in an adjacent chamber. He quickly summarized the conversation. Kingsley's right about the political risks, Hermione said worriedly. Magical government has always balanced precariously between tradition and progress. Your status could tip that balance dramatically in either direction. Which is exactly why I need to understand what this founder heritage really means before making any public statements. Harry checked his watch. We have until tomorrow evening before heading to Hogwarts. Let's use that time to review everything the goblins have compiled about founder magic and history. They spent the remainder of the day and much of the night in the founder's retreat, poring over ancient texts, legal documents, and historical accounts. The picture that emerged was both fascinating and troubling. The founders had indeed established Hogwarts with broader authority than modern wizarding history acknowledged. Their charter, granted by the Wizards' Council of the time, gave them jurisdiction over all magical education and practice within Britain, essentially creating a magical sovereignty separate from Muggle governance structures. This authority had never been formally revoked or transferred, rather, it had been gradually assumed by evolving administrative bodies that eventually became the Ministry of Magic. According to these documents, Hermione said, looking up from a particularly ancient scroll, the Wisengamot was originally created to implement the founders' educational directives in regions too distant for direct oversight. It wasn't a governing body at all, but an educational administration council. And the minister position evolved from what was essentially a headmaster's assistant, Ron added, reviewing a different text. Responsible for logistics and organization, not policy or law. Harry frowned, considering the implications. So technically, legally, the ministry exists to serve Hogwarts' mission, not the other way around. In the original structure, yes, Hermione confirmed. Those centuries of practice have obviously established different norms. Which is exactly what Blackthorn and his traditionalists will challenge, Harry realized. They'll claim the current power structure is a historical aberration, not legitimate governance. And they'll want you as the figurehead for their revolution, Ron said grimly. The perfect puppet king, the heir with the blood claim but no political experience to actually rule independently. Harry's frown deepened. Except I'm not exactly puppet material. Especially not now. Which makes you either their greatest hope or their greatest threat, Hermione observed. Depending on how controllable they think you are. They continued studying, shifting focus to the founders' personal histories and magical innovations. Each founder had apparently created both individual and collaborative spaces within Hogwarts, some known to history, others deliberately hidden. The Chamber of Secrets was merely Slytherin's personal refuge, but other chambers mentioned in the texts remained undiscovered, Ravenclaw's Athenaeum, Hufflepuff's Hearth, and Gryffindor's Armory. Most intriguing was a reference to something called the Convergence Chamber, a space created jointly by all four founders, accessible only to someone carrying all their bloodlines or to the four heirs working in concert. This Convergence Chamber is described as the true heart of Hogwarts, Hermione read from one of the older texts. A repository for their greatest magical achievements and most powerful artifacts. It supposedly contains something called the Founders' Codex, a compilation of their most advanced magical knowledge. That definitely sounds worth finding, Ron commented. Especially if it might help Harry understand his new abilities. As the night deepened, exhaustion finally overtook them. Ragnuk had arranged guest quarters adjacent to the Founders' Retreat where Ron and Hermione could rest. Harry remained in the retreat itself, continuing to study long after his friends had retired. Sometime after midnight, as he paged through Hufflepuff's journal again, seeking details about the Hearth chamber, Harry experienced something strange. The words on the page seemed to swim before his eyes, rearranging themselves. The chamber around him faded, and he found himself standing in a sunlit garden filled with herbs and flowering plants. Beside him, tending to a particularly vibrant patch of something that resembled lavender but shifted through rainbow colors, was a plump, pleasant-faced witch with kind eyes and honey-colored hair streaked with silver. Helga Hufflepuff, Harry whispered, recognizing her from the memory fragments he'd experienced during the awakening. The founder looked up, and to Harry's shock, seemed to see him directly. Ah, the Convergent One. I had wondered when you might appear to me. She gestured to a nearby stone bench. "Sit, child. We have much to discuss, and these visions never last long." Stunned, Harry sat beside her. "This is a vision. You're not really Hufflepuff." She smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "I am and am not. Consider me an echo, preserved within the magic of my bloodline, awakened by your connection to it." She touched a flowering plant, which bloomed more vibrantly at her touch. "What you see is my memory garden, as it existed at Hogwarts during my lifetime. A place of power for me, where I conducted my most important magical work." "The Hearth," Harry guessed. "A portion of it, yes." Hufflepuff nodded approvingly. "My chambers were always living spaces, gardens, kitchens, hearths. Places where people gather, where life flourishes." She studied him thoughtfully. "You carry my blood, but it is not dominant in your nature. Yet there is kindness in you, and loyalty. Good foundations." "I was nearly sorted into Hufflepuff House," Harry told her. The Sorting Hat considered it. "Did it indeed?" She looked pleased. The hat always did have excellent judgment. "Created by Godric but imbued with aspects of all our discernment." Her expression grew more serious. "But you come seeking knowledge, not conversation about sorting. You wish to find my hearth within Hogwarts." "Yes," Harry confirmed. "I need to understand what my connection to the Founders truly means. The chambers you all created might hold answers." Hufflepuff nodded, her hands continuing to work among the plants as they spoke. "The hearth lies beneath the kitchens, naturally. Where warmth and nourishment flow outward to the castle above." She pointed to a particular yellow flower with petals that emitted a gentle golden glow. "Touch one of these to the painting of the fruit bowl, not where one tickles the pear, but at the center of the large apple. The way will open, but only to Founder blood." "And the convergence chamber?" "The texts mention it, but not its location." "That is not mine alone to reveal," Hufflepuff replied. "Each Founder holds a piece of that puzzle. Together, we created it, divided, we cannot fully disclose it." She looked up at the sky, which had begun to shimmer strangely. "Our time grows short. Remember this, heir of my blood, Hogwarts was built to nurture, not to rule. Whatever power you inherit, let that principle guide you." Before Harry could ask anything more, the garden dissolved around him. He blinked and found himself back in the Founder's retreat, Hufflepuff's journal open before him. On the page where his eyes had fallen was a drawing of the exact yellow flower from his vision, with notes about its magical properties. Heart pounding, Harry reached for Ravenclaw's journal next, wondering if he might trigger another Founder vision. Hours passed as he attempted to connect with each Founder in turn, but no further visions came. Eventually, exhaustion claimed him, and he fell asleep amid the ancient texts, his dreams filled with fragments of Founder memories and echoes of magic long forgotten. The following evening found Harry, Ron, and Hermione approaching the gates of Hogwarts. Twilight painted the castle in shades of gold and purple, its many windows beginning to glow with welcoming light. Despite the summer holiday, smoke rose from several chimneys, evidence of the staff who remained year-round and the preparations already underway for the coming term. "Strange to be back," Ron commented as they walked up the path from Hogsmeade. "Especially with no students around." "It feels different," Harry said quietly. Since awakening his Founder heritage, his magical perception had become increasingly acute. Now, approaching Hogwarts, he could sense the castle's magic as a living presence, ancient, powerful, and somehow, aware. "Different how?" Hermione asked, watching him carefully. "Like it's responding to me. The wards, the ambient magic, they're shifting, adapting." Harry paused, extending his magical senses further. "It feels like recognition, almost like the castle is waking up to my presence." As if confirming his words, the great iron gates swung open as they approached, though no one visibly operated them. Beyond, standing on the path, was the tall, straight-backed figure of Minerva McGonagall. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley," she greeted them with a slight nod. "Punctual as ever when it comes to investigating mysterious magical occurrences, I see." Despite her dry tone, there was warmth in the headmistress's eyes as she regarded her former students. That warmth turned to sharp curiosity as her gaze settled on Harry, taking in the subtle but unmistakable changes in his appearance and magical presence. "Headmistress," Harry greeted her. "Thank you for allowing this visit on such short notice. Minerva, please. You're not students anymore." She gestured for them to follow her toward the castle. "Though I admit, your request, or rather, the Goblin King's request on your behalf, was unusual enough to pique my interest considerably." As they walked, she studied Harry with the keen observation that had intimidated generations of students. "You've changed, Potter. And not merely in appearance." "It's a long story," Harry said. "One better told inside, if you don't mind." McGonagall nodded briskly. "Of course. I've prepared tea in my office. We can speak privately there." As they entered the castle, Harry felt the magic of Hogwarts wash over him like a physical sensation, recognition, welcome, and something deeper, a resonance between his newly awakened abilities and the very foundations of the building. The portraits lining the entrance hall fell silent as they passed, their painted eyes following Harry with expressions ranging from curiosity to astonishment. "The portraits recognize you differently," McGonagall observed quietly. "Interesting." They made their way to the headmistress's office, the gargoyle guardian leaping aside without even waiting for a password as they approached. Inside, the circular room looked much as it had during Dumbledore's tenure, though McGonagall had added her own touches, more books, fewer silver instruments, and a distinctly Scottish tartan throw across the back of the chair. "Please, sit," she invited, gesturing to the comfortable chairs before her desk. Tea service appeared as they settled themselves, the pot pouring 4 cups without human intervention. "Now," McGonagall said, taking her own seat, "perhaps you can explain why the Goblin King contacted me about granting you access to Hogwarts during summer holiday, why your magical signature has changed so dramatically that the castle wards themselves notified me of your approach, and why," she fixed Harry with her penetrating gaze, "you appear to be carrying founder magic." Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione, then launched into the explanation. McGonagall listened without interruption, though her eyebrows rose progressively higher as the story unfolded. When Harry mentioned his descent from all 4 founders, she set down her teacup with a sharp clink. "All 4, she repeated. "That is, unprecedented." "So everyone keeps telling me," Harry said with a hint of weariness. "The magical implications alone are extraordinary," McGonagall mused. "But the political ramifications?" She frowned deeply. "I assume Doric Blackthorn has already attempted contact." "You know him?" Hermione asked, surprised. "Unfortunately, yes. The Blackthorns have maintained a presence on the Hogwarts Board of Governors for centuries, always pushing for more traditional approaches to magical education." McGonagall's lips thinned with displeasure. "Doric is more radical than his predecessors. He believes the ministry's authority over magical education is fundamentally illegitimate, that Hogwarts should be autonomous under founder-approved leadership. And now he thinks Harry is that leadership," Ron concluded. "Precisely." McGonagall turned back to Harry. "You must be extremely cautious, Potter. Blackthorn and his allies have awaited someone like you for generations. They will attempt to use you to advance their agenda, by persuasion if possible, by other means if necessary." "Other means?" Hermione pressed. McGonagall hesitated. "There have been incidents over the years. Students with particularly strong founder heritage sometimes experience accidents. Nothing ever proven, of course, but patterns emerge to those paying attention." "You think they've eliminated potential founder heirs?" Harry asked, alarmed. "Not eliminated, necessarily. But influenced, redirected, or in some cases, magically bound. The Conclave seeks control, not destruction." McGonagall sipped her tea thoughtfully. Which brings us to the matter at hand, your interest in the Founder Chambers. You know about them? Ron asked. I am headmistress of Hogwarts, McGonagall replied with dignity. Of course I know about them. Finding them is another matter entirely. The Chamber of Secrets remained hidden for centuries despite generations of headmasters searching. The other chambers are similarly elusive. But you believe they exist? Hermione pressed. I know they exist. I've seen references in the headmaster's private archives, felt their magic within the castle's foundations. Albus spent decades searching for them. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. He would have been fascinated by your discovery, Potter. And concerned, in equal measure. Harry felt a pang at the mention of Dumbledore. Did he ever find any of the chambers? Only Ravenclaw's Athenaeum, and even then, he could not fully access it. The blood wards prevented complete entry. McGonagall leaned forward. Now, what exactly do you hope to find in these chambers that might help your current situation? Knowledge, Harry replied simply. Understanding of what this founder heritage truly means beyond politics and prophecy. The magical aspects, the responsibilities that come with it. And possibly. He hesitated, unsure how to explain, a connection to them. To understand who they really were, not just the simplified legends that history has preserved. McGonagall studied him for a long moment, then nodded. A worthy goal. Very well, you have my permission to search for these chambers. The castle is largely empty, so you need not worry about disturbing summer preparations. However, her tone grew severe, I must insist on certain precautions. You will inform me of any chambers you locate before entering them. You will not go alone, under any circumstances. And you will share any discoveries of educational significance with the school archives. Agreed, Harry said promptly. And thank you, Headmistress, Minerva. Don't thank me yet, Potter. Finding Founder chambers that have remained hidden for a millennium won't be easy, even with your unique qualifications. She rose from her desk. I've had quarters prepared for you in the East Wing. You'll find them comfortable and private. How long do you anticipate staying? A few days at most, Harry replied. Depending on what we find. Very well. McGonagall moved toward the door. I suggest you begin your search tomorrow after a good night's rest. The castle can be disorienting after dark, especially when it's responding to Founder magic. As they followed her from the office, Harry felt a slight tremor run through the stone floor beneath his feet, subtle, but unmistakable. He glanced at Ron and Hermione, but neither seemed to have noticed. The castle was reacting to his presence, adjusting to the return of Founder blood after centuries without it. What other changes might his presence trigger? And who might be watching, waiting for exactly those reactions to guide them to the hidden chambers, and to Harry himself? Dawn found Harry already awake, standing at the window of their guest quarters, watching the sun rise over the Forbidden Forest. He had slept poorly, his dreams filled with fragments of Founder memories and echoes of Hogwarts' ancient magic. Several times he had awakened believing he heard voices calling to him from deep within the castle's walls, whispers in 4 distinct tones, urging him to seek, to find, to remember. You're up early, Hermione observed, emerging from her adjoining room with her hair tied back and a notebook already in hand. More dreams? Harry nodded, turning from the window. The Founders are trying to guide me, I think. But the impressions are fragmented, difficult to interpret. Any specific locations mentioned? Clues to the chambers? Nothing clear. Just impressions. Hufflepuff's chamber is definitely connected to the kitchen somehow. Harry ran a hand through his hair. We should start there, I think. It feels closest, somehow. Ron joined them, stifling a yawn. Kitchens it is, then. At least we can grab breakfast while we're there. They made their way through the quiet castle, passing the occasional house elf or staff member preparing for the coming term. The familiar corridors felt different to Harry now, his enhanced magical perception revealed layers of spells, enchantments, and wards woven into every stone. More strikingly, he could sense distinct magical signatures within these spells, the 4 founder styles he now recognized within himself. "It's like seeing the castle's skeleton," he murmured as they descended toward the kitchens. Each founder contributed different magical structures that worked together to create the whole. "That's fascinating," Hermione said. "Can you tell which founder created which aspects?" Harry nodded. "Gryffindor's magic forms most of the defensive structures, the outer walls, the main gates, the moving staircases that can rearrange to confuse intruders. Ravenclaw created the intelligence of the building, the rooms that appear when needed, the self-sorting library stacks, the enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall. Hufflepuff's magic is in the nurturing aspects, the kitchens, dormitories, hospital wing, places of comfort and healing. And Slytherin." Harry paused, concentrating. "Slytherin's work is more subtle. Wards that recognize magical signatures, the dungeons of course, and something deeper, like roots spreading beneath the foundation. They reached the painting of the fruit bowl that concealed the entrance to the kitchens." Harry examined it carefully, remembering Hufflepuff's instructions from his vision. The large apple she had mentioned was clearly visible at the center of the arrangement. "In my vision, Hufflepuff said we need one of her glowing yellow flowers to touch to the apple," he told his friends. "But obviously we don't have one." Hermione frowned thoughtfully. "Maybe it's not a literal flower. The founders often use symbolic language in their writings. What properties did this flower have?" "It emitted a golden glow, and she was growing it in her memory garden." Harry closed his eyes, recalling the vision more clearly. "She called it, Sun's Heart, I think. Said it was used for revealing hidden truths." "That sounds like Helios Verita," Hermione said excitedly. "It's mentioned in advanced herbology texts, a magical plant with properties similar to Veritaserum, but affecting places rather than people. It reveals hidden enchantments." "Great," Ron said. "So we need to find a rare magical plant that probably doesn't grow anywhere near here." Harry had a sudden realization. Or perhaps. He raised his wand and concentrated, drawing on the Hufflepuff aspect of his magic. "Lumos Veritatis," he murmured, focusing on the qualities he had sensed in the flower from his vision. The tip of his wand bloomed with golden light, warm and gentle, resembling the glow of the flower exactly. Cautiously, Harry touched the light to the center of the painted apple. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the apple began to glow with matching golden light that spread outward, illuminating the entire painting. The wall around it shimmered and seemed to dissolve, revealing not the kitchen entrance they expected, but a narrow stone staircase descending into warm, golden-lit depths. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered. It worked. Hermione was already taking notes, her quill moving rapidly across parchment. "A variant of Lumos activated by founder blood connection, fascinating. I wonder if each founder chamber requires a specific magical approach aligned with its creator." "One way to find out," Harry said, extinguishing his wand and stepping toward the revealed passage. "Remember McGonagall's rules, we stay together." The staircase descended in a gentle spiral, the walls lined with what appeared to be living plants growing directly from the stone, herbs and flowers that emitted gentle light and pleasant fragrances. The air grew warmer as they descended, humid like a greenhouse but not uncomfortable. They emerged into a circular chamber that took their breath away. It was an impossible garden, far larger than the space above should have allowed, with a domed ceiling enchanted to show a perpetual summer sky. Beds of magical plants grew in concentric circles around a central hearth where a fire burned merrily without fuel. Stone benches and worktables were arranged throughout the space, and the walls were lined with shelves containing hundreds of clay pots, glass jars, and wooden boxes, a complete apothecary of magical herbs and ingredients. "Hufflepuff's hearth," Harry said softly, recognizing the space from fragments of his vision. "This is where she developed her healing magic." "It's amazing," Hermione breathed, turning slowly to take in the entire chamber. "Some of these plants are extinct in the wild." And look, she pointed to a work table where open books and parchments lay as if recently used, her original research notes. Ron had moved toward the central hearth, warming his hands at the magical fire. This doesn't burn like normal fire, he observed. It's warm but not hot, even up close. Hearth fire, Harry explained, drawing on memories that weren't entirely his own. Hufflepuff created it as the heart of her healing magic. It provides warmth, light, and magical energy without consuming fuel or producing smoke. He approached the fire, feeling drawn to it. It's been burning continuously for 1,000 years. As Harry extended his hands toward the flames, they shifted color, changing from orange-red to a warm golden hue that matched the light from his modified Lumos spell. The fire rose slightly higher and seemed to reach toward him, like a living thing recognizing its master. "I think it knows you," Ron said, stepping back slightly. Harry nodded, feeling a connection with the magical fire. On impulse, he reached into the golden flames. Rather than burning him, they curled around his fingers like affectionate cats, warm and gentle. "The fire is responding to Hufflepuff's blood," Hermione observed, furiously taking notes. "It must be keyed to recognize founder heritage." As Harry's hand remained within the flames, he felt a surge of knowledge flowing into him, not in words or images, but in pure magical understanding. Healing techniques, plant properties, methods for combining earth magic with human physiology to mend injuries and cure ailments. Hufflepuff had been a healer of extraordinary skill, integrating magical botany with elemental manipulation in ways modern medicine had forgotten. When he withdrew his hand, Harry turned to his friends with wonder in his eyes. "She was brilliant," he said simply. "Her understanding of healing magic was centuries ahead of her time." St. Mungo's still uses techniques she developed, though they've lost much of the underlying theory. "Can you share what you learned?" Hermione asked eagerly. Harry nodded, beginning to explain concepts that somehow made perfect sense to him now. As he spoke, Ron wandered around the chamber, examining the various plants with uncharacteristic interest. "Some of these remind me of plants my mum grows," he commented. "But, different. More vibrant somehow." "Original strains," Hermione suggested. "Before centuries of cultivation changed them." They spent nearly 2 hours exploring the hearth, with Harry gradually accessing more of Hufflepuff's knowledge through interaction with various plants and objects. The chamber contained not only botanical and healing magic, but insights into Hufflepuff's educational philosophy, her approach to community building, and her understanding of how magic flowed between living beings. She believed magical cooperation was the highest form of power, Harry explained as they prepared to leave. Not domination or individual brilliance, but the harmonious combination of different magical strengths. "That certainly aligns with what history records of her," Hermione noted. "Though this chamber reveals a far more sophisticated magical practitioner than the simple, kind-hearted figure from the stories." "All the founders were more complex than their legends," Harry replied. "And more human." He looked around the chamber one last time. "We should find the other chambers. Each will have different insights, different aspects of founder magic to share." As they climbed the stairs back to the main castle, Hermione reviewed her notes. If Hufflepuff's chamber was connected to the kitchens, perhaps the others follow similar patterns. Ravenclaw's Athenaeum might be near the library. Gryffindor's armory near the defense against the dark arts classroom. And Slytherin already had the Chamber of Secrets, Ron added. Though that was his personal space, not necessarily connected to his teaching. Harry considered this. We know Ravenclaw valued knowledge above all. Her chamber would likely be connected to learning, yes. He paused on the stairs, a fragment of memory surfacing. The Western Tower, there's something about the Western Tower in her memories. They emerged from the passage to find the kitchen entrance had returned to normal, the fruit bowl painting concealing the way to the hearth once more. As they turned to head toward the western wing of the castle, a house elf appeared before them with a small pop. Master Potter, sir, the elf squeaked. Headmistress McGonagall requests your presence in her office immediately. Visitors have arrived asking specifically for you, sir. Harry exchanged concerned glances with his friends. Did the headmistress say who these visitors are? The elf wrung its hands nervously. A delegation, sir. Led by Master Blackthorn. They is waiting in the headmistress's office, most insistent to see Master Potter right away. Blackthorn, Ron muttered. That didn't take long. We should have expected this, Hermione said grimly. The moment you entered Hogwarts grounds, word would spread through certain circles. Harry nodded, resignation mixing with irritation. We'd better not keep them waiting. McGonagall shouldn't have to deal with them alone. They made their way quickly to the headmistress's office, the gargoyle once again leaping aside without requiring a password as Harry approached. As they ascended the spiral staircase, they could hear raised voices from within, McGonagall's crisp Scottish accent contrasting with a deep, aristocratic male tone. Absolutely no authority to deny us access to the air, the male voice was saying as they reached the door. The ancient charter specifically grants the conclave right of counsel to any founder descendant. The ancient charter also specifies that Hogwarts grounds are under the headmaster's sole authority during periods of residence, McGonagall replied tartly. Mr. Potter is here as my guest, and I determine who may or may not demand his attention. Harry pushed open the door, deciding to end the argument directly. It's all right, headmistress. I'll speak with them. All eyes turned to Harry as he entered, Ron and Hermione flanking him protectively. McGonagall stood behind her desk, her posture rigid with annoyance. Facing her were 5 witches and wizards in formal robes of antiquated style, standing with the unmistakable bearing of those born to privilege and power. At their center stood a tall, imposing wizard who could only be Doric Blackthorn. He appeared to be in his 60s, with silver-streaked black hair and piercing blue eyes set in a patrician face. His robes were midnight blue with silver embroidery depicting constellations, a nod to Ravenclaw heritage. When he turned those penetrating eyes on Harry, his expression shifted from irritation to something like reverence. Harry Potter, Blackthorn said, his voice softening. The Convergent One. At last, we meet. He stepped forward and bowed formally, not the casual nod of modern greeting, but the deep, ceremonial bow of medieval wizarding custom. The 4 witches and wizards behind him followed suit. Mr. Blackthorn, Harry replied, deliberately using the modern form of address. I wasn't expecting visitors. Forgive the intrusion, Blackthorn straightened, his eyes never leaving Harry's face. When word reached us that the heir had entered Hogwarts, the conclave felt it imperative we make contact immediately. These are historic times, Mr. Potter. Your emergence changes everything. Harry moved further into the room, casually positioning himself beside McGonagall's desk, a small gesture of solidarity with the headmistress. I'm still the same person I was a week ago, Mr. Blackthorn. Just with some new information about my heritage. You are far more than that, one of the witches in Blackthorn's delegation interjected. She was elderly, with white hair arranged in an elaborate style that hadn't been fashionable for centuries. You are the fulfillment of prophecy, the convergence of founder blood, the rightful authority over magical Britain. That remains to be seen, Madam Yaxley, McGonagall said coldly. And is certainly not a matter to be decided by impromptu delegations making demands. Blackthorn spread his hands in a conciliatory gesture. No demands, headmistress. Merely an offer of guidance and support to Mr. Potter as he navigates his new status. His gaze returned to Harry, intense and evaluating. You've already begun accessing the founder chambers, haven't you? We felt the magical shift when Hufflepuff's hearth was opened. Harry felt a chill at the realization that their exploration had been detected. You seem very well informed. The Conclave has studied founder magic for centuries, Mr. Potter. We've dedicated generations to preserving the knowledge and traditions that others would let fade into history. Blackthorn took another step toward Harry. We can help you understand your heritage, guide you through the awakening of your abilities, and assist you in claiming your rightful place. And what exactly do you believe that rightful place to be? Harry asked directly. Blackthorn smiled, as if pleased by the direct question. The restoration of proper magical governance, of course. For too long, our world has drifted from the Founder's vision, diluting magical education, compromising with Muggle influences, allowing temporary administrative bodies to usurp true magical authority. He gestured expansively. You have the legitimate claim to restore proper order, to reinstate Hogwarts as the center of magical Britain, with yourself as its rightful head. You want me to overthrow the Ministry, Harry stated flatly. Overthrow is such an aggressive term, another member of the delegation, a middle-aged wizard with a trimmed beard, interjected smoothly. We prefer restore proper jurisdiction. The Ministry would continue to exist, merely in its original role as an administrative body serving the educational mission established by the Founders. Ron made a noise that might have been a suppressed snort. Hermione's expression had grown increasingly alarmed as the conversation progressed. What my colleagues mean to say, Blackthorn continued, shooting a quelling look at the bearded wizard, is that your unique status offers an opportunity to correct historical deviations from the Founder's intentions. The exact form that takes should emerge from careful consideration in council. Your council, specifically, Harry observed. We have the historical knowledge, the political connections, and the magical understanding to guide this transition properly, Blackthorn confirmed, unperturbed by Harry's skepticism. Few others can claim such qualifications. McGonagall, who had been watching the exchange with narrowed eyes, finally spoke. I believe Mr. Potter has heard enough of your qualifications for one day, Doric. He has only just begun to explore his heritage and has no need for political entanglements at this stage. Blackthorn's expression hardened briefly before smoothing into a diplomatic smile. Of course, Minerva. We have no wish to overwhelm Mr. Potter. He turned back to Harry. We will withdraw for now, but please consider meeting with the full conclave at your earliest convenience. There is much more we could discuss in a more appropriate setting. I'll consider it, Harry replied neutrally, having no intention of rushing into any such meeting. Blackthorn reached into his robes and withdrew a small silver object that resembled a pocket watch. A token, Mr. Potter. This compass belonged to Rowena Ravenclaw herself, a lesser artifact than her famous diadem, but personally significant. It has been in my family's keeping for centuries. He held it out. As a descendant of her line, however distant, I believe you should have it. Harry hesitated, sensing there was more to this offer than simple generosity. Yet refusing would be unnecessarily antagonistic. He accepted the compass carefully. Thank you. I'll keep it safe. It may prove useful in your explorations, Blackthorn said with a meaningful look. The Founders left many paths to their secrets, some more hidden than others. With that cryptic comment, Blackthorn bowed again, his delegation following suit. Until our next meeting, Convergent One. May you find wisdom in your heritage. After they had departed, Ron let out a long, low whistle. Well, they're not exactly subtle, are they? Hello, nice to meet you, how about overthrowing the government? They're dangerous, McGonagall said sharply. Blackthorn's family has sought control of Hogwarts for generations. Your appearance has given them the figurehead they've always lacked. Harry was examining the silver compass Blackthorn had given him. It was beautiful workmanship, clearly ancient, with Ravenclaw's eagle emblem engraved on the cover and complex astronomical markings inside. But his magical senses detected something else, an enchantment layered into the metal, subtle but unmistakable. This isn't just a compass, he said, holding it up. It's spelled with a tracking charm. Very sophisticated, nearly undetectable. He looked at McGonagall. They intended to monitor my movements within the castle. Hermione's eyes widened. Trying to locate the Founder chambers through you. Precisely. Harry placed the compass on McGonagall's desk rather than returning it to his pocket. I think we need to be more careful about who knows our whereabouts from now on. Agreed, McGonagall said grimly. Blackthorn's appearance so quickly after your arrival suggests he either has sources within Hogwarts or methods of detecting founder magic that we don't fully understand. She sighed, suddenly looking tired. I had hoped to give you more time before the political dimensions intruded, Potter. It's not your fault, Harry assured her. And this just confirms what we already suspected, there are those who see me as a means to power. He glanced at the compass. At least now we know some of their methods. What will you do now? McGonagall asked. Continue as planned, Harry replied firmly. Find the founder chambers, learn what they contain, understand what this heritage truly means. He managed a small smile. Just with added caution about who might be watching. After leaving McGonagall's office, they made their way toward the western tower where Harry believed Ravenclaw's Athenaeum might be located. As they walked, Hermione examined the silver compass, now wrapped in a containment charm of her own design to prevent it from tracking them. The spell work on this is remarkable, she observed. Ancient methodology with modern modifications. Whoever enchanted it knows both traditional and contemporary magic. The Conclave has resources, Harry replied. Generations dedicated to founder knowledge, according to Blackthorn. That makes them both useful and dangerous. You're not actually considering working with them? Ron asked, alarmed. No. But I am considering learning from them, at a safe distance. Harry paused at a junction of corridors, extending his magical senses. This way. I can feel Ravenclaw's magic stronger in this direction. They followed a rarely used corridor that curved gradually upward, eventually reaching a section of the castle Harry didn't recognize despite his years at Hogwarts. The stone here was different, lighter in color, with faint blue veining running through it. The walls were lined with alcoves containing small statues of eagles in various poses, each carved from what appeared to be lapis lazuli. I've never seen this part of the castle before, Hermione said, running her fingers over the veined stone. It doesn't appear on the Marauder's map, does it? No, Harry confirmed. This must be one of the sections that only reveals itself under specific circumstances. They continued until the corridor ended at a blank wall adorned only with a bronze plaque engraved with a riddle, what sees without eyes, speaks without mouth, yet tells all truths to those who know how to listen. A classic Ravenclaw entrance, Hermione observed. Protected by intellect rather than password or blood. But what's the answer? Ron asked, frowning at the riddle. Harry considered, drawing on the fragments of Ravenclaw's memories he had accessed. Magic, he said confidently. Magic sees, speaks, and reveals truth to those trained to perceive it. The plaque glowed briefly, but the wall remained solid. Not quite right, Hermione mused. But close, I think. What else shares those qualities? Sees without eyes, speaks without mouth, reveals truth. The stars, Ron suggested unexpectedly. When Harry and Hermione looked at him in surprise, he shrugged. Divination. Celestial bodies revealing truth and all that. Again, the plaque glowed, but no entrance appeared. Harry closed his eyes, trying to think like Ravenclaw herself. What would she value enough to guard her most private workspace? What revealed truth, communicated without conventional means, and observed without traditional senses? Knowledge, he said finally, opening his eyes. Knowledge itself sees, speaks, and reveals truth to those who study it. The bronze plaque shimmered and transformed into an ornate door handle. When Harry grasped it, the wall dissolved, revealing Ravenclaw's hidden chamber beyond. The Athenaeum was breathtaking, a vast, circular library rising through multiple levels connected by graceful spiral staircases. The domed ceiling above displayed an enchanted view of the cosmos, with constellations and celestial bodies moving in real time. Bookshelves lined every wall, interspersed with writing desks, study alcoves, and comfortable reading nooks. At the center of the main floor stood a large table with an intricate model of the solar system, not unlike the one Harry had seen in the Department of Mysteries, but far more detailed and beautiful. This is incredible, Hermione whispered, her academic heart clearly in paradise. Some of these books must be original works from the Founder's era. Historical treasures. Ravenclaw created this as both personal workspace and teaching area for advanced students, Harry explained, drawing on newly accessible memories. Only those who demonstrated exceptional intellectual curiosity and ethical judgment were invited here. Ron was examining the astronomical model. "This shows more than our solar system," he observed. "Look, there are symbols for magical currents between the planets, and notations in some language I don't recognize." Astronomical runic, Harry supplied automatically. Ravenclaw developed it for recording celestial magic, spells influenced by planetary alignments and star positions. As they explored the Athenaeum, Harry felt knowledge flowing into him from the chamber itself: magical theory, complex arithmetic equations, philosophical approaches to magic that had been lost to modern wizardry. Ravenclaw had been far more than just an intelligent witch, she had been a true magical theorist who understood the underlying principles of spellcraft at a fundamental level. They spent hours exploring the chamber, with Hermione practically beside herself with excitement at each new discovery. Ancient texts on magical theory, original research notes on spell creation, philosophical treatises on the nature of magic itself, the Athenaeum contained knowledge that could revolutionize modern magical education. "We need to share this with the wizarding world," Hermione declared, carefully examining a text on wandless focusing techniques. "This knowledge shouldn't remain hidden any longer." "I agree," Harry said. "But carefully, systematically. Some of these concepts could be dangerous if misunderstood or misapplied." As evening approached, they reluctantly prepared to leave the Athenaeum. Harry had absorbed so much new knowledge that his head felt overfull, yet exhilarated rather than overwhelmed. Ravenclaw's analytical approach to magic complemented Hufflepuff's intuitive methods perfectly. Together, they provided a more complete understanding of magical theory and practice than Harry had ever encountered. "Two down, two to go," Ron said as they exited, the wall resealing itself behind them. "Gryffindor's armory next." "Tomorrow," Harry replied, suddenly aware of how exhausted they all were. "It's been a long day, and I need time to process what we've learned so far." They made their way back to their guest quarters, taking a circuitous route to avoid potential observation. Harry remained alert for any sign of Blackthorn or his associates, but the castle seemed peaceful as evening settled over it. In their shared common room, they discussed the day's discoveries over a meal provided by the house elves. Hermione was already organizing her extensive notes, creating cross-references between Hufflepuff's healing techniques and Ravenclaw's magical theory. "The Founders weren't just powerful individuals," she observed. "They were innovators who approached magic from completely different angles yet managed to create something unified at Hogwarts. It's remarkable. And now Harry has all four approaches available to him," Ron added, helping himself to more shepherd's pie. "No wonder the traditionalists are excited. You're basically a walking repository of Founder magic." Harry frowned at this characterization, uncomfortable with its implications. "I'm still figuring out what that means. The chambers help, but I'm getting fragments, not the complete picture." "The Convergence Chamber might provide that," Hermione suggested. "If it truly contains the combined knowledge of all four Founders." "Assuming we can find it," Harry replied. None of the texts mentioned its location specifically. Each Founder apparently held part of the secret. They continued discussing possibilities until fatigue finally drove them to their respective rooms. Harry lay awake for some time, his mind racing with new knowledge and growing concerns. The political dimensions of his heritage were becoming increasingly clear, and increasingly troubling. Blackthorn's faction viewed him as the key to restructuring magical governance entirely, while others would undoubtedly see him as a threat to the established order. How many other groups might be watching, waiting to approach him with their own agendas? And more concerning, how far might they go to control or eliminate him if persuasion failed? With these uneasy thoughts, Harry finally drifted into sleep, his dreams filled with images of Founder chambers, ancient magic, and shadowy figures watching from the periphery. He awoke suddenly hours later, instinctively rolling from his bed as a jet of red light struck the pillow where his head had been moments before. Training and reflexes took over. Harry summoned his wand without speaking and cast a shield charm that illuminated the darkened room with blue light. A hooded figure stood near the window, wand raised for another attack. Behind them, the window hung open, curtains billowing in the night breeze. Stupefy. Harry cast, but the attacker deflected the spell with a practiced motion. The convergent one dies tonight, a harsh voice whispered from beneath the hood. The old ways must not return. Another spell flew toward Harry, not the red of a stunner but the sickly purple of a cutting curse. Harry recognized the deadly intent immediately. This was no attempt to capture or control him, this was an assassination. Drawing on Gryffindor's combat magic, Harry responded with a barrage of offensive spells, not aimed to kill, but certainly to incapacitate. The attacker was skilled, blocking or dodging each attack with fluid movements that spoke of professional training. The commotion brought Ron and Hermione running, bursting through the door with wands ready. The assassin, now outnumbered, threw something to the floor that exploded in a cloud of thick, choking smoke. By the time it cleared, the figure had vanished through the open window. "Harry! Are you all right?" Hermione cried, rushing to his side. "Fine," Harry assured her, though his heart was pounding. "They missed with their first shot, and I was ready after that." Ron was already at the window, peering out into the darkness. "No sign of them. Must have had a broom or used a levitation charm to escape." "We need to alert McGonagall," Hermione said, already casting her Patronus to send a message. The silver otter darted away through the wall, carrying news of the attack. Harry examined the scorched pillow where the first spell had struck. "This wasn't Blackthorn," he said thoughtfully. "The attacker mentioned the old ways must not return. Blackthorn's faction wants exactly the opposite, the restoration of traditional authority. So we're dealing with at least two opposing groups," Ron concluded grimly. "Those who want to use you to restore founder-based governance, and those who want to eliminate you to prevent exactly that." "Wonderful," Harry muttered. "Enemies on both sides of the political spectrum." McGonagall arrived minutes later, her tartan dressing gown belted hastily over nightclothes, wand in hand and expression fierce. After confirming Harry was unharmed, she examined the room for evidence, her lips pressed into a thin line of anger. "An assassination attempt within Hogwarts walls," she said, voice tight with controlled fury. "This hasn't happened in centuries. The ward should have prevented any hostile entry." "Unless they were already inside the castle," Hermione suggested. "A staff member, perhaps? Or someone who gained entry earlier under false pretenses." McGonagall's expression darkened further at this possibility. "I shall conduct a complete review of everyone currently within the grounds. In the meantime, you three will relocate to more secure quarters near my own chambers. I'm reinstating additional security protocols immediately." As they gathered their belongings, Harry reflected on the escalating dangers his founder heritage had triggered. In just days, he had gone from anonymity to becoming the focal point of ancient political conflicts with lethal implications. "We need to find the convergence chamber," he said as they followed McGonagall through the darkened castle. "Whatever knowledge it contains might help us understand who's behind these factions and how to neutralize the threat." "Agreed," McGonagall replied, surprising him. "The sooner you fully understand your heritage, the better equipped you'll be to address these challenges. I'll arrange additional protections for your explorations tomorrow." Their new quarters were located in a secure tower adjacent to the headmistress's own rooms. As McGonagall left them to implement additional security measures, Harry turned to his friends. "I'm sorry you've been dragged into danger again because of me," he said quietly. Ron snorted. "Bit late to worry about that after 8 years of friendship, mate. Besides," Hermione added, "this isn't just about you anymore. This is about the future of magical governance and education. The Founder's knowledge returning to the wizarding world after centuries, that affects everyone." Harry nodded, grateful for their unwavering support yet concerned for their safety. Tomorrow we find Gryffindor's armory and then focus on locating the convergence chamber. Whatever answers we need, they're somewhere in this castle. As his friends retired to their rooms, Harry stood at the window, looking out over the moonlit grounds of Hogwarts. Somewhere out there, multiple factions were mobilizing, some to control him, others to eliminate him, all responding to the emergence of Founder Blood after a millennium of absence. The castle itself seemed to pulse with awareness beneath his feet, responding to his presence in ways both subtle and profound. Whatever happened next would shape not just his future, but potentially the future of Wizarding Britain itself. The weight of that responsibility settled on his shoulders like a physical burden. Yet for the first time since the blood ritual had changed everything, Harry felt not just powerful but purposeful. The Founder's knowledge flowing through him wasn't just magical technique but wisdom accumulated over lifetimes of experience. He would need every bit of that wisdom in the days ahead. Chapter 3, Foundations of Power. Morning brought a castle on high alert. House elves moved in pairs rather than alone, portraits reported to McGonagall on any unusual movements, and suits of armor had been enchanted to patrol the corridors. Harry could feel Hogwarts itself responding to the previous night's threat. The castle's ambient magic had intensified, wards strengthening and reconfiguring to better protect those within. Harry stood at the window of their new quarters, watching a misty dawn break over the Forbidden Forest. Despite the assassination attempt, he felt strangely calm. The Founder's knowledge settling into his mind brought a certain clarity, a longer perspective that made current dangers seem like merely the latest chapter in an ongoing story. "You're looking remarkably composed for someone who nearly got murdered last night," Ron observed, joining him at the window with a cup of steaming tea in hand. "I've had practice," Harry replied with a slight smile. "Besides, I can feel the castle responding. It's protecting me. Protecting us." Hermione emerged from her room, already dressed and carrying a thick notebook filled with yesterday's observations. "The castle's sentience has always been a subject of academic debate," she said, catching the tail end of their conversation. "Some scholars believe it developed a form of awareness after centuries of exposure to so much concentrated magic." "It's more than that," Harry said, turning from the window. "The Founders deliberately imbued certain aspects of their consciousness into the building itself. Not like portraits or ghosts, but something more fundamental. The castle carries echoes of their intentions, their values. Explains why it always felt more alive than just stone and mortar," Ron mused. "So, what's the plan for today? Hunt for Gryffindor's armory despite assassins lurking about?" "Yes, but with additional precautions," Harry replied. "McGonagall's increased security will help, but we should add our own protections too." He turned to Hermione. "That perimeter alert charm you developed during the war, the one that warns when someone crosses a boundary with intent to harm, could you set that up around us as we move through the castle?" Hermione nodded, looking impressed. "Good idea. I've refined it since then, made it more sensitive to magical signatures. It should give us advance warning of any approach." She hesitated. "But Harry, do you think it's wise to continue searching? Whoever tried to kill you clearly doesn't want you accessing Founder knowledge." "Which is precisely why we need to find it," Harry replied firmly. "The convergence chamber especially, it might contain answers about why these factions are so desperate to either control or eliminate me." A knock at the door interrupted their discussion. McGonagall entered, looking tired but resolute, followed by a familiar figure that caused all three to break into genuine smiles. "Bill!" Ron exclaimed, stepping forward to greet his older brother. "What are you doing here?" Bill Weasley, his long red hair tied back and dragon-tooth earring glinting in the morning light, grinned at his brother before turning serious eyes toward Harry. "Officially, I'm here as a Gringotts Cursebreaker to evaluate some ancient wards Headmistress McGonagall is concerned about." "Unofficially." His gaze swept over Harry, taking in the subtle changes in his appearance. "Bloody hell, Harry. Ragnuk wasn't exaggerating. Your magical signature is off the charts." "You've spoken with Ragnuk?" Harry asked, surprised. The Goblin King specifically requested my assignment to Hogwarts, Bill confirmed. Said you might need someone with experience in ancient magical sites and hidden chambers. He exchanged glances with McGonagall. The headmistress filled me in on the basics. Founder heritage, awakened abilities, political factions mobilizing, assassination attempts, just another Tuesday for Harry Potter, apparently. Despite everything, Harry laughed. Good to see you, Bill. And yes, your expertise would be invaluable. I've taken the liberty of inviting Mr. Weasley to join your explorations, McGonagall explained. His experience with ancient magical structures provides additional security, and as your friend's brother, he can be trusted with the sensitivity of the situation. Plus, Bill added with a wink, I've got a direct secure communication channel to Gringotts if needed. Ragnuk is keeping close tabs on various factions' movements outside the castle. Hermione looked thoughtful. The goblins seem surprisingly invested in Harry's situation. What exactly is their interest? Complex, Bill replied. Partially political, they see potential for improving goblin-wizard relations if Harry acknowledges their role in his awakening. Partially historical, they've been custodians of founder knowledge for centuries and take that responsibility seriously. And partially. He hesitated. Partially what? Harry prompted. Prophecy, Bill finished. Goblin seers have their own predictions about the Convergent One. They believe your emergence marks the beginning of a new era in magical relations, potentially including a renegotiation of the treaties that have restricted goblin rights for centuries. So they have their own agenda, Ron concluded. Everyone does, Bill acknowledged. But at least the goblins are being relatively transparent about theirs. Ragnuk recognizes that Harry's not a puppet to be manipulated. Encouraging, McGonagall said dryly. Now, regarding today's plans, I've reviewed the castle's security. Most staff members have legitimate reasons to be here during summer holiday, but 3 individuals entered within the past week claiming to be preparing specialty classrooms for the coming term. Their credentials appear valid, but I've placed them under discreet observation nonetheless. Could one of them be our assassin? Hermione asked. Possibly, McGonagall conceded. Though the timing of their arrivals doesn't perfectly align with the political response to Mr. Potter's awakening. Still, caution is warranted. Harry nodded. We'll be careful. Our plan is to locate Gryffindor's armory today, then focus on finding the Convergence Chamber, the space reportedly created by all 4 founders together. Ah, the legendary 5th chamber, Bill said, his professional interest clearly piqued. Cursebreakers have theorized about it for centuries. Some believe it contains the most powerful founder artifacts never recovered, Gryffindor's battle staff, Ravenclaw's original enchantment texts, Hufflepuff's elemental chalice, Slytherin's staff of secrets. What makes you think it exists at all? McGonagall asked, a note of academic skepticism in her voice. Many have searched over the centuries without success. Because I can feel it, Harry said simply. When I concentrate on the castle's magic, there's a convergence point. A place where all 4 magical signatures meet and combine. It exists, and it's somewhere within Hogwarts. McGonagall studied him for a moment, then nodded. Very well. Proceed with your search, but with Mr. Weasley's accompaniment and additional precautions. Report any discoveries immediately, and at the first sign of danger, retreat to secure areas. Her stern expression softened slightly. Be careful, all of you. Historical discovery isn't worth your lives. After she departed, they gathered around a small table where Hermione spread out a map of Hogwarts. Based on Harry's sensations and the historical patterns we've observed, Gryffindor's armory is likely connected to areas associated with defense or combat, she explained, circling several possibilities. The defense against the dark arts classroom, the training grounds, or perhaps near the main entrance given Gryffindor's connection to the castle's primary defenses. Bill leaned over the map, his experienced eye evaluating the possibilities. I'd start with the training grounds. In medieval magical architecture, combat training facilities were often constructed with direct access to armories and equipment storage. That aligns with what I'm sensing, Harry agreed. There's a concentration of Gryffindor's magic in that direction. They left their secure quarters with carefully layered protections, Hermione's perimeter alert charm, Bill's curse-breaker detection spells, and Harry's newly enhanced magical perception all combining to create a vigilant security envelope around them. The castle corridors were unusually quiet, with most summer staff engaged in preparations in specific areas rather than moving throughout the building. As they approached the training grounds, an open area near the castle's eastern wall where dueling and magical defense had been practiced for centuries, Harry felt a familiar resonance in his magic. The Gryffindor aspect of his heritage responded to this place, memory fragments surfacing of a bearded man demonstrating shield charms to attentive students, of practice duels conducted with strict safety protocols, of magical combat techniques refined through centuries of experience. "It's nearby," Harry said, his pace quickening. Gryffindor spent considerable time here, developing defense strategies for both magical education and castle protection. The training grounds consisted of a large courtyard surrounded by stone columns. Today it stood empty, the practice dummies and targeting circles stored away until term resumed. At the far end, a weathered stone wall bore the Hogwarts crest, the 4 house animals depicted in faded colors. Bill moved forward, running experienced hands over the stonework. "There's definitely concealment magic here. Old, sophisticated, multi-layered." He glanced at Harry. "Any founder-specific insights on how to proceed?" Harry approached the crest, studying it with more than physical sight. His magical perception revealed complex enchantments woven into the stone, not just concealment, but recognition spells, defensive wards, and what appeared to be a form of magical identity verification. Gryffindor valued courage, but he wasn't reckless, Harry said, drawing on memory fragments. His spaces were protected not just by blood recognition but by intent verification. He placed his hand on the lion portion of the crest. "The entrance requires both founder blood and honorable purpose." The stone beneath his palm warmed, the lion carving seeming to shift slightly as if evaluating his touch. Harry focused his intent, not seeking power for himself, but understanding to protect others. The lion's eyes flashed briefly with golden light, and a low rumbling sound emanated from the wall. "Stand back," Bill warned, pulling Hermione and Ron away from the wall as the entire crest began to glow. The wall split down the middle, stones rearranging themselves to form an archway that revealed a descending staircase lit by torches that ignited as the entrance opened. The air that wafted from below carried scents of metal, leather, and the distinctive tang of magical energy. "Gryffindor's armory," Harry said with quiet certainty. "Not just a weapon storage, but his research space for defensive magic." They descended the stone stairs cautiously, Bill casting detection spells ahead of them to identify any traps or defensive measures. The staircase opened into a vast chamber that took their breath away, a cathedral-like space with vaulted ceilings supported by columns carved to resemble trees. Lining the walls were weapons of every description, swords, spears, bows, shields, and more exotic implements whose purposes weren't immediately obvious. Interspersed among these were bookcases containing scrolls, tomes, and magical devices. At the chamber's center stood a circular platform surrounded by training dummies in various poses of combat readiness. Above this hung an enormous crystal chandelier that cast the chamber in warm, golden light. "This is incredible," Ron breathed, staring at the weapons collection. "Some of these must be 1,000 years old, but they look brand new." "Preservation charms," Bill explained, examining the nearest rack of swords with professional appreciation. "Extremely sophisticated ones. These items haven't aged a day since they were placed here." Hermione was already drawn to the bookshelves, her academic curiosity irresistible. These texts, their original combat manuals from the Founder's era. Historical accounts of magical warfare techniques, defensive spell development, tactical applications of transfiguration in battle. She looked up with shining eyes. This is an entire field of magical knowledge barely covered in modern education. Harry moved toward the central platform, feeling called to it. As he stepped onto the circular surface, the crystal chandelier above brightened, and the training dummies surrounding the platform straightened to attention, like soldiers acknowledging a commanding officer. "Welcome, Blood of Gryffindor," a voice resonated throughout the chamber, not from any visible speaker, but from the very walls themselves. "State your purpose in seeking the armory." Harry stood taller, somehow knowing instinctively that honesty was required here. "To understand my heritage and the responsibilities it carries. To learn how to protect others from those who would misuse power." The voice seemed to consider this acceptable. Access granted to the heir and his trusted companions. May courage guide your hand and wisdom temper your strike. The training dummies relaxed their stance, and a section of the floor near Harry's feet opened to reveal a pedestal rising from below. On it rested a ruby-hilted dagger, smaller than Gryffindor's famous sword, but clearly made by the same hand, with identical goblin metalwork and similar enchantments woven into the blade. "The Founder's Key," Bill whispered, recognizing the artifact from legend. Gryffindor created it as a complement to his sword, meant not for battle but for unlocking places of great magical significance. "Including, perhaps, the Convergence Chamber," Hermione suggested excitedly. Harry carefully lifted the dagger, feeling it warm to his touch. Unlike the sword of Gryffindor, which he remembered as having substantial weight, this blade felt almost weightless, balanced perfectly for his hand as if it had been crafted specifically for him. "There's an inscription on the blade," he observed, tilting it to catch the light. The runes etched along the silver surface shifted as he watched, transforming from ancient script to modern English. "Courage opens the way where wisdom, loyalty, and ambition converge." "A clue to the Convergence Chamber's location," Hermione said, quickly noting the inscription in her book. "Combined with what we've learned from the other chambers, this might give us the final piece." They spent the next hour exploring the armory, with Harry experiencing the same knowledge transfer he had in the previous chambers. Gryffindor's approach to magic had been far more nuanced than history recorded. Yes, he valued bravery and direct action, but his combat techniques were sophisticated, emphasizing precision and efficiency rather than raw power. His defensive spells focused on protection of others above self-preservation, and his tactical innovations included complex group casting methods that amplified individual abilities through coordinated effort. Harry practiced some of these techniques on the training platform, with Ron joining enthusiastically and even Hermione setting aside her research to participate. Bill observed with professional interest, occasionally offering insights from his curse-breaking experience that complemented Gryffindor's ancient methods remarkably well. The Founders weren't just powerful individuals, Harry explained as they worked through a particularly intricate shield configuration. They were master teachers who developed specific pedagogical approaches for different types of magic. Gryffindor believed in learning through controlled practice, making mistakes in a safe environment before facing real challenges. "Not unlike Auror training," Ron commented, adjusting his stance as Harry had demonstrated. "Exactly. Many modern magical training methods evolved from Founder techniques, though often with the original theory lost over time." Harry demonstrated a modified shield charm that could redirect offensive spells rather than simply blocking them, a technique he'd absorbed from Gryffindor's knowledge but which had apparently fallen out of common use centuries ago. As midday approached, they reluctantly prepared to leave the armory, eager to compare what they'd learned with their previous discoveries. 3 chambers explored, one remaining, Slytherin's personal space beyond the Chamber of Secrets, which Harry suspected contained knowledge complementing what they'd already found. "Should we seek Slytherin's chamber next?" Hermione asked as they ascended the stairs back to the training grounds. Harry considered this. The Chamber of Secrets itself was more a containment facility for the basilisk than a true research space. "I think Slytherin's actual workspace might be elsewhere, possibly connected to the dungeons or the lake." "Before we search for more chambers," Bill interjected, "I suggest we compile what we've learned so far. Each Founder space has provided pieces of a larger puzzle, not just about their magic, but about the Convergence Chamber's location." "Agreed," Harry said. "Let's return to our quarters and organize our findings." As they emerged into the training grounds, Hermione's perimeter alarm vibrated subtly at their wrists, the enchanted bracelets she had created warming to indicate approaching figures. "Someone's coming," she whispered. "Two people from the north entrance." They moved casually toward a different exit, not wanting to appear hasty but preparing defensively nonetheless. Harry extended his magical senses, trying to identify the approaching individuals. "It's McGonagall," he said after a moment. "And someone else, someone with a powerful magical signature, but it's partially obscured, like they're deliberately dampening it." Bill tensed, his hand moving to his wand. "That's not a good sign. Magical signature dampening is typically used by those wanting to hide their identity or true power level." They waited, wands ready but not drawn, as McGonagall rounded the corner accompanied by a tall, distinguished-looking wizard in formal international diplomatic robes. His silver hair and trimmed beard framed sharp features and piercing eyes that immediately fixed on Harry with intense interest. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall called, her tone carefully neutral. "This is Supreme Mugwump Anastas Orlovsky of the International Confederation of Wizards. He has requested an immediate meeting with you regarding recent developments." Orlovsky stepped forward, offering a formal bow. "Mr. Potter. Your magical emergence has registered on monitoring systems worldwide. The Confederation has significant interest in discussing the implications." His accent was Eastern European but mild, his English perfect. "Perhaps we could speak privately." Harry glanced at his friends, a silent communication passing between them. "My friends stay with me," he replied firmly. "Anything you have to say can be said in their presence." A flicker of displeasure crossed Orlovsky's face before his diplomatic mask returned. "As you wish. Though the matters I must discuss are of considerable sensitivity. We can use the Eastern Courtyard," McGonagall suggested. "It offers both privacy and security." As they followed McGonagall and Orlovsky, Harry whispered to Bill, "What do you make of him?" "Powerful," Bill murmured back. "The signature dampening is concerning, but not uncommon for high-level diplomatic figures, prevents magical intimidation tactics. The Confederation getting involved this quickly suggests international implications we haven't fully considered." The Eastern Courtyard was a pleasant space with stone benches arranged around a central fountain. McGonagall excused herself after ensuring they were settled, though Harry suspected she would remain within earshot. "Now then," Orlovsky began once they were seated, "let us speak directly. The emergence of a wizard carrying all four Hogwarts founder bloodlines is unprecedented and potentially destabilizing to international magical accords." His eyes never left Harry's face. Certain treaties between magical nations were established on the understanding that founder-level magic had been diluted beyond recovery. Your existence challenges that foundation. "I'm still the same wizard I was before the Goblin ritual," Harry replied evenly. "My intentions haven't changed." "Intentions are secondary to capabilities, Mr. Potter. The international community must assess the implications of your awakened abilities." Orlovsky leaned forward slightly. "The Confederation proposes that you undergo evaluation by an international panel of magical experts, followed by registration of your capabilities in accordance with the Merlin Protocols for Exceptional Magical Manifestation." "Registration?" Ron interjected incredulously. "You want to catalog Harry like some magical creature?" Orlovsky's expression hardened. "The Merlin Protocols exist precisely for situations like this, the emergence of magical capabilities significantly beyond normal parameters. They ensure transparency and accountability. They were also historically used to control or limit wizards deemed too powerful by the established authorities," Hermione countered, her knowledge of magical law evident. "The protocols haven't been invoked in over a century, and the last 3 cases resulted in the subjects being placed under what amounted to international house arrest. Circumstances were different in those cases," Orlovsky dismissed. "Mr. Potter's public standing would ensure fair treatment." Harry studied the Supreme Mugwump, sensing layers of motive beneath the diplomatic veneer. "What exactly is the Confederation concerned about?" "That I might use founder abilities to destabilize magical governments." Or that existing power structures might be challenged by the knowledge I've rediscovered. A flash of something, respect, perhaps, crossed Orlovsky's face. Both, if we're being honest. The founder chambers you've been exploring contain magical knowledge deliberately removed from circulation centuries ago, knowledge deemed too powerful or disruptive for general dissemination. Deemed by whom? Harry pressed. And by what authority? By the International Conclave of Magical Containment, predecessor to the modern Confederation, Orlovsky replied. During the Great Magical Convergence of 1418, when multiple magical traditions were standardized to prevent catastrophic conflicts between different systems of magic. Standardized, Hermione repeated skeptically. You mean restricted and controlled? Orlovsky spread his hands. Call it what you will. The standardization created stability, predictability in how magic manifests across cultures. It prevented magical arms races between nations and established boundaries that have maintained peace for centuries. Harry considered this, drawing on the historical knowledge he'd absorbed from the founder chambers. The convergence wasn't just about peace, he said slowly. It was about consolidating power in specific bloodlines and institutions. Certain forms of magic, cooperative casting, elemental integration, intention-based spellcraft, were systematically removed from general education because they allowed greater magical access to those without traditional training. Orlovsky's eyes narrowed. You've already absorbed more founder knowledge than anticipated. Which is precisely why the Confederation is concerned, Bill observed. This isn't about safety, it's about maintaining the current magical power structures. The current structures have prevented magical warfare for centuries, Orlovsky countered sharply. Would you risk that stability for abstract principles of magical freedom? I think, Harry said carefully, that knowledge itself isn't the threat. How we choose to use it determines whether it brings harmony or conflict. He leaned forward. I have no intention of destabilizing magical governance or starting some revolution. But I won't submit to registration or restriction simply because my abilities make some people uncomfortable. Orlovsky studied him silently for a long moment. The Confederation anticipated your reluctance. I am authorized to inform you that if voluntary cooperation is not forthcoming, more formal measures may be considered under the International Magical Security Act. Are you threatening me? Harry asked quietly, though everyone present felt the subtle shift in magical energy around him as founder power stirred in response to perceived threat. Merely stating diplomatic reality, Orlovsky replied, though he shifted slightly away from Harry. The Confederation prefers cooperation, but is prepared for alternatives. Hermione placed a restraining hand on Harry's arm. Perhaps we could suggest a compromise. Harry agrees to provide a general overview of founder knowledge with educational relevance, while retaining details of his personal magical capabilities as private. This addresses legitimate concerns about historical recovery without subjecting him to invasive registration. Orlovsky considered this. The Confederation would require certain assurances regarding potentially destructive applications, which could be addressed through magical oath rather than registration, Bill suggested, drawing on his diplomatic experience with Gringotts. A voluntary commitment to responsible use without external control. The negotiations continued for another hour, eventually reaching a tentative agreement. Harry would provide documentation on general founder educational methods and non-combat magical theory, take a limited magical oath not to use certain high-level founder abilities outside emergency situations, and meet quarterly with a small Confederation observation team. In exchange, the Confederation would recognize his autonomy, withdraw demands for registration under the Merlin Protocols, and provide international protection against those who might seek to eliminate or control him. As Orlovsky departed to communicate these terms to the Confederation, Harry exhaled slowly, tension draining from his shoulders. That was intense. And unexpected, Hermione added, looking troubled. The international dimensions complicate things considerably. It's not just British factions we need to worry about now. The Confederation's involvement makes sense from a certain perspective, Bill mused. Founder-level magic represents a significant shift in magical power dynamics. Of course international authorities would be concerned. What troubles me, Harry said quietly, is how quickly they responded. I've only been exploring founder chambers for 2 days. How did they know what I've been doing, let alone what knowledge I've recovered? Ron's eyes widened with realization. They're monitoring the castle. Or someone inside is reporting to them. Which means we need to find the convergence chamber quickly, Harry decided. Before someone else tries to control or destroy the knowledge it contains. They returned to their quarters, alerting McGonagall to their suspicions about surveillance within Hogwarts. The headmistress promised to investigate discreetly, focusing on the 3 recently arrived staff members whose credentials had raised minor concerns. In their secure rooms, they spread their notes across a large table, examining the clues they'd gathered from each founder chamber regarding the convergence chamber's location. From Hufflepuff's Hearth, we learned that, nurturing Earth supports the gathering place, Hermione summarized, reviewing her meticulous notes. Ravenclaw's Athenaeum gave us, where knowledge flows from 4 directions to a single point of understanding. And Gryffindor's key inscription mentions, where courage opens the way where wisdom, loyalty, and ambition converge, Ron added. Sounds like we need all 4 founder aspects working together. Harry closed his eyes, extending his magical senses throughout the castle. With each chamber they'd explored, his connection to Hogwarts had deepened, allowing him to perceive more of its magical structure. Now he focused specifically on finding where the 4 magical signatures converged most strongly. It's near the center, he said finally, opening his eyes. Not directly under the Great Hall as one might expect, but offset slightly, between the 4 house common rooms, exactly equidistant from each. Bill was examining an architectural diagram of Hogwarts he'd brought from Gringotts. That would place it, here, he said, marking a spot on the parchment. But there's nothing indicated in this location, no room, no corridor, not even a wall. Because it exists in magical space, not physical space, Harry realized, drawing on Ravenclaw's theoretical knowledge. The Founders created a chamber that exists at the intersection of 4 magical dimensions, accessible only through specific approach vectors from each house. Like the Room of Requirement, but more sophisticated, Hermione suggested. Not tied to a single physical location, but existing where 4 magical trajectories converge. Exactly. We need to establish those trajectories, Harry confirmed. Each Founder chamber has provided a directional element. If we combine them correctly, we should be able to locate the convergence point and the method of access. They spent the afternoon analyzing the spatial relationships between the known Founder chambers, the house common rooms, and the central area Harry had identified. Bill's curse-breaking expertise proved invaluable, as he recognized patterns in the castle's magical architecture that suggested intentional alignment along certain magical ley lines. It's brilliant, actually, he explained, sketching a complex diagram. The Founders built Hogwarts on a natural magical confluence, then enhanced it with their own enchantments. The 4 house common rooms aren't just arbitrarily placed, they're positioned precisely to channel magical energy along specific vectors toward the center. And the Founder chambers we found are secondary nodes in this network, Hermione added, quickly grasping the concept. Amplifying and directing energy along these channels. As evening approached, they had developed a working theory of how to access the convergence chamber. It would require activating magical triggers in each house common room, establishing the vectors that would reveal the chamber's entrance. With term not yet begun, the common rooms stood empty, making this the perfect time to test their hypothesis. McGonagall provided access to all 4 house areas after Harry explained their theory. I've never heard of such a chamber, she admitted. Though Albus once mentioned a theory about a space at Hogwarts' magical heart, accessible only to those with specific Founder connections. We believe it exists, Harry told her. And contains knowledge the Founders preserved for future generations, knowledge deliberately hidden from those who might misuse it. Including, perhaps, the very factions now seeking to control you, McGonagall observed shrewdly. Be careful, Potter. If such a chamber exists and contains what you suspect, it represents not just historical value but potentially enormous magical power. They began with Gryffindor's common room, warm and familiar to Harry, Ron, and Hermione despite being empty of students. Harry approached the massive fireplace, examining the carved lions that flanked it with new understanding. "The trigger is here," he said, placing his hand on a specific stone in the hearth. Gryffindor's contribution to the vector, courage directed outward, protective rather than aggressive. The stone warmed beneath his touch, and one of the lion carvings shifted subtly, its eyes glowing briefly with golden light. Harry felt a magical channel activate, energy flowing from this point toward the castle's center. "One down, 3 to go," Ron said as they exited toward Ravenclaw Tower. In each common room, Harry identified and activated the Founder Trigger, a specific book in Ravenclaw's shelves that caused the eagle lectern to spread its bronze wings, a particular plant in Hufflepuff's common room that bloomed instantly at his touch, its roots visibly extending into the floor, and finally, in the Slytherin dungeon, a serpent carving that responded to a whispered Parseltongue command, its emerald eyes glinting with recognition. As the final trigger activated, Harry felt the 4 magical vectors lock into place, channels of Founder magic converging toward a single point. "It's ready," he said, his voice hushed with anticipation. "The chamber is accessible now, but only for a limited time. The vectors will realign at midnight." They hurried to the central location Harry had identified, an unremarkable section of corridor on the 3rd floor, with nothing to distinguish it from countless other hallways throughout the castle. Yet now, with Founder eyes, Harry could see what had always been hidden, a subtle shimmer in the air, a distortion where 4 magical currents intersected. "Here," he said, stopping before what appeared to be a solid stone wall. "The entrance exists at the convergence point of all 4 Founder magics." Drawing Gryffindor's dagger, Harry stepped forward. The inscription on the blade glowed as it neared the apparently solid wall, "Courage opens the way where wisdom, loyalty, and ambition converge." "The key must be used at exactly the convergence point," Bill observed. "But how do we find the precise spot?" "It could be anywhere on this wall." Harry closed his eyes, extending his magical senses fully. With his Founder heritage awakened, he could perceive the flowing currents of magic from all 4 triggers they had activated. Where they met, a singular point of intensified energy pulsed like a magical heartbeat. Opening his eyes, Harry raised the dagger and touched its tip to a specific stone that appeared identical to all others. "Here. This is where all 4 streams become one." As the ruby-hilted blade contacted the stone, a surge of magic flowed through Harry into the dagger and then into the wall itself. The stone rippled like water, concentric circles spreading outward until an ornate doorway materialized, its arch decorated with elements from all 4 houses intertwined in harmonious design. The wooden door itself bore the Hogwarts crest, but rendered in precious materials rather than paint, a golden lion, silver serpent, bronze eagle, and onyx badger, all surrounding a central H crafted from what appeared to be diamond. "The convergence chamber," Hermione whispered, awe evident in her voice. Harry reached for the door handle, a beautifully wrought creation that morphed between the shapes of a lion's paw, eagle's talon, badger's claw, and serpent's head as they watched. It warmed to his touch, recognizing Founder blood, and the door swung open silently to reveal the chamber beyond. They stepped through into a space that defied expectation, a perfect octagonal room with a domed ceiling that somehow showed the actual night sky above, as if the chamber existed simultaneously underground and open to the heavens. The walls were lined with bookshelves, display cases, and workstations, each section clearly influenced by a different Founder's style yet harmoniously integrated with the others. At the chamber's center stood a pedestal supporting a massive tome bound in leather of shifting colors, sometimes red, then blue, yellow, or green, never settling on a single hue. Around this central feature, 4 chairs were arranged, each distinctly styled to represent one Founder. The Founder's Codex, Bill identified, approaching the pedestal with professional reverence. The legendary compilation of their combined knowledge. "It's actually real." Harry felt drawn to the book, sensing the powerful magic contained within it. As he approached, the leather binding settled momentarily into all four colors simultaneously, quartered like the Hogwarts crest. This chamber was created as their greatest legacy, Harry said, knowledge flowing into him from the space itself. Not just a repository for knowledge, but a place where the four magical approaches could be studied in harmony, each complementing and enhancing the others. Hermione was already examining the bookshelves, her expression one of scholarly ecstasy. These texts, their originals written in the founder's own hands. Collaborative works where they built on each other's research. This represents magical development that was lost to the ages. Ron had moved to examine a detailed model of Hogwarts in one corner, a perfect miniature of the castle and grounds that appeared to show real-time magical activity within its walls. "This is incredible," he called. "You can see magic happening throughout the castle. Look, there's McGonagall in her office, and those must be house elves in the kitchen." Bill, meanwhile, was studying the various artifacts displayed in glass cases around the room. Some of these items were thought to be mere legends. Hufflepuff's elemental chalice, Ravenclaw's diadem prototype, Gryffindor's battle staff. He paused before one case. Even Slytherin's true creation, not the basilisk, but this focusing crystal he designed for precise magical manipulation. Harry stood before the codex, feeling the combined knowledge of all four founders emanating from it. This was what they had created together, not just a school, but a vision of magical education and development that transcended their individual approaches. Their legacy wasn't meant to be divided into competitive houses but integrated into a comprehensive understanding of magic in all its forms. As his hand hovered over the book, he sensed a final protection, not a ward or spell, but a requirement for worthiness. The codex would open only to one who sought knowledge for the right reasons, with the intent to use it for the betterment of magical society rather than personal gain or power. Harry took a deep breath and placed his hand on the cover. The book seemed to evaluate his touch, his intentions, his very essence. After a moment that stretched into eternity, the cover warmed beneath his palm and gently opened. The pages within contained text that shifted between languages, sometimes ancient runic scripts, sometimes Middle English, sometimes modern language. Diagrams, formulae, and magical theory filled the pages in incredible detail, representing the culmination of the founders' combined research and teaching. "This is their true legacy," Harry said softly. "Not divided houses or competition for a cup, but unified magical understanding. They created Hogwarts to preserve and develop this integrated approach to magic." As they explored the chamber, examining its treasures and absorbing its knowledge, Harry felt something profound settling within him, not just information or magical technique, but a deeper understanding of the founders' original vision and the responsibility he now carried as their heir. The codex contained not only magical theory but historical context, including the events that had led to the founders' eventual division. It hadn't been simple personality conflicts or Slytherin's blood purism alone that drove them apart, but complex political pressures from the outside world and genuine philosophical differences about how to protect their creation in dangerous times. Most significantly, the Codex revealed the truth behind the prophecy about the Convergent One, not as a ruler destined to control magical society, but as a unifier who could reconnect magical traditions that had become fragmented over centuries. They never intended their approaches to be separated, Harry explained to his friends as they gathered around the central pedestal. The house system was meant to honor different learning styles and magical affinities, not create permanent divisions. Over time, what began as pedagogical categories hardened into social and political factions. "And they foresaw this might happen," Hermione added, looking up from a section she'd been studying. "They created this chamber and the prophecy as a safeguard, ensuring that someday, when the bloodlines converged, their original vision could be restored." "But restored how?" Ron asked. "You can't just erase centuries of how things have developed." "Not erased," Harry clarified. "Reintegrated." The founders believed in unity through diversity, different approaches harmonized rather than homogenized. He turned another page of the Codex. They left specific instructions for the Convergent One, not to rule or control, but to teach and reunify. As midnight approached, they reluctantly prepared to leave the chamber, knowing the magical vectors would soon realign, sealing the entrance until activated again. They had spent hours absorbing knowledge that would take years to fully understand, yet Harry felt he had grasped the essential truth of his heritage and the path forward. "We'll need to return," Hermione said as they gathered their notes. "There's so much here that could revolutionize magical education, healing, protective magic, everything." "We will," Harry assured her. "But carefully, systematically. This knowledge needs to be reintroduced thoughtfully, not dumped into a world unprepared for its implications." As they exited the chamber, the door sealing behind them and fading back into an ordinary wall, none of them noticed the small, beetle-shaped form that had been hiding in a corner of the corridor. The animagus Rita Skeeter scuttled away, her journalistic instincts aflame with the story of the century. The following morning, Harry awoke to a castle in uproar. The Daily Prophet had somehow obtained information about his founder heritage and the chambers he had been exploring at Hogwarts. The front-page headline screamed, "Harry Potter, heir of all 4 Hogwarts founders. Secret chambers, ancient magic, and prophecy of magical revolution revealed." The article, predictably sensationalized by Rita Skeeter, contained enough accurate information to confirm there had been a significant leak. It described Harry's blood connection to all 4 founders, the ritual at Gringotts that had awakened his dormant magical abilities, and the existence of founder chambers containing long-lost magical knowledge. Most concerning, it explicitly mentioned the political implications. Sources close to the ministry confirmed that Potter's unprecedented founder heritage gives him legitimate claim to authorities long predating the Ministry of Magic itself. Ancient magical law, never formally superseded, recognizes founder blood as the ultimate authority in matters of magical governance and education. Has the boy who lived become the heir who would be king? "This is a disaster," Hermione declared, scanning the article with growing alarm. "She's framed you as some revolutionary figure poised to overthrow the ministry and establish magical monarchy." Harry set the paper aside, rubbing his temples. After their late night in the Convergence chamber, he'd hoped for at least a few hours of peace before confronting the inevitable public reaction to his heritage. "We knew this would become public eventually," he said wearily. "Though I'd hoped to control the narrative better than this." "Skeeter must have been in her beetle form," Ron growled. "Spying on us despite the restrictions placed on her after the war." A knock at their door interrupted them. McGonagall entered, her expression grim, followed by Kingsley Shacklebolt himself. "Minister," Harry said, rising to greet him. "I'm assuming you've seen the Prophet." "Along with everyone else in magical Britain," Kingsley confirmed, his deep voice controlled but tight with concern. "The ministry is fielding inquiries from every magical government worldwide. The Wisendamat has called an emergency session, and 3 different ancient family coalitions have already filed formal recognition of your sovereignty with the Department of Magical Heritage." "My what?" Harry asked, genuinely shocked. "Sovereignty," Kingsley repeated. "According to ancient magical law, a true heir of all 4 founders would have legitimate claim to magical authority predating and superseding ministry jurisdiction. Largely ceremonial in modern context, of course, but with significant legal implications that certain factions are eager to exploit." McGonagall interjected, "Doric Blackthorn has already released a statement calling for the restoration of proper magical governance under founder authority. He's effectively positioning you as the rightful ruler of magical Britain whether you want the role or not." Harry felt a headache building. "This is exactly what I wanted to avoid. I have zero interest in ruling anything." "Your interests may be secondary to the legal reality," Kingsley said gravely. "Unless formally renounced, these ancient claims retain validity under certain binding magical treaties. Which is why I'm here, to discuss how we address this situation before it destabilizes magical government completely." They spent the next hour in urgent consultation. Kingsley outlined the rapidly forming political factions, traditionalists like Blackthorn who viewed Harry's emergence as an opportunity to dismantle the ministry system entirely, moderates who sought to integrate founder authority with existing governance structures, progressives who feared a return to blood-based leadership and the undermining of democratic reforms, and international entities concerned about shifts in magical power balances. The situation is extremely volatile, Kingsley concluded. Your every word and action will be scrutinized and interpreted through these competing lenses. We need a clear, unified approach before this devolves into outright conflict. Harry nodded, his mind working through the implications. I think I know what needs to be done. But first, I need to speak with Ragnarok. The goblins have their own stake in this situation, and their perspective may offer alternatives we haven't considered. The Goblin King has already requested a meeting, McGonagall informed them. He's awaiting your response before coming to Hogwarts. Invite him immediately, Harry decided. And Bill Weasley should join us, his experience bridging goblin and wizard relations will be valuable. As arrangements were made, Harry withdrew to the window, gazing out over the Hogwarts grounds. The knowledge he had absorbed from the Convergence Chamber was settling within him, integrating with his own experiences and values. The Founder's vision had been corrupted over time, their unified approach fractured into competing traditions. Now, as their convergent heir, he had an opportunity to restore that original vision, not by ruling, but by rebuilding bridges between magical approaches that had grown distant. When Ragnarok arrived an hour later, accompanied by the elder goblin Grimstack, the meeting expanded to include all key perspectives. The Goblin King, resplendent in formal attire, acknowledged the gravity of the situation immediately. The revelation of your heritage has accelerated political timelines considerably, he observed after formal greetings were exchanged. Certain elements within the Confederation of Wizards are already proposing containment protocols, while traditionalist wizarding factions prepare for what they see as imminent governmental restructuring. And the Goblin Nation's position? Harry asked directly. Ragnarok's amber eyes fixed on him with calculating intensity. Officially, we maintain neutrality in wizard governance disputes. Unofficially. He glanced at Grimstack, who nodded slightly. Unofficially, your emergence represents a unique opportunity to renegotiate certain treaties that have restricted goblin rights and authorities for centuries. Because ancient Founder-era agreements recognized goblins differently than modern Ministry treaties, Bill explained for the benefit of the others. Under Founder governance, goblins had greater autonomy and recognition. Precisely, Ragnarok confirmed. The original Hogwarts Charter acknowledged goblin craftsmanship and financial expertise as essential magical traditions deserving of respect and protection, a perspective later eroded by Ministry regulations. Kingsley looked troubled. Reopening those treaties could destabilize relations with multiple magical communities, not just goblins. Or, Harry suggested, it could restore balances that should never have been lost. Drawing on Founder knowledge, he continued, the original magical community was more integrated, not just wizards but goblins, centaurs, house elves, and other magical beings, each contributing their unique traditions to a diverse magical ecosystem. The discussion expanded to include historical context, political realities, and practical considerations. As they debated options, Harry's clarity of purpose strengthened. The Founder's Codex had shown him a vision of magical society that transcended the divisions and hierarchies that had developed over centuries, a vision he now had the knowledge, authority, and power to advance, if he chose the right approach. By late afternoon, they had developed a strategy. Harry would address the wizarding public directly, acknowledging his Founder heritage while firmly establishing his vision for its meaning. Rather than accepting or rejecting ancient authority claims outright, he would propose a third path, using his unique position to facilitate dialogue and reintegration between magical traditions that had grown apart. Practical steps were outlined, a formal address at Hogwarts open to all magical communities, the establishment of a Founder knowledge repository to systematically evaluate and share rediscovered magic, diplomatic meetings with representatives from various magical beings, and a carefully worded statement about governance that respected both historical precedent and modern democratic principles. As the meeting concluded, Kingsley appeared cautiously optimistic. This approach might actually work, acknowledging tradition while advancing progress rather than forcing a binary choice between them. It won't satisfy extremists on either side, McGonagall warned. Blackthorn and his traditionalists want restoration of blood authority, while certain progressive elements will oppose any acknowledgement of Founder-based legitimacy. True, Harry agreed. But the reasonable center might embrace a path that honors history without being enslaved to it. And that's where most of magical society actually exists, in that reasonable center, not at the extremes. Ragnarok studied Harry with newfound respect. You speak with the wisdom of the founders now, Mr. Potter. Perhaps there is merit to prophecy after all. As plans were finalized for Harry's public address the following day, an urgent message arrived from Ron, who had been monitoring the grounds with Hermione. A large contingent was approaching Hogwarts, Blackthorn and his conclave of traditional authority, accompanied by what appeared to be ceremonial guards in ancient-style robes. They're demanding an audience with the Sovereign Heir, Ron reported grimly. Looks like they're planning some kind of formal recognition ceremony whether you want it or not. Harry exchanged glances with Kingsley. Sooner than we expected, the minister observed. They're moving quickly to establish their narrative before you can present an alternative. Then I'll meet them, Harry decided. Not as their sovereign, but as someone who respects tradition while recognizing the need for evolution. It's time to be direct about the path forward. They relocated to the castle's entrance hall, where they could receive Blackthorn's delegation with appropriate formality while maintaining control of the encounter. Harry positioned himself with care, not seated like a ruler receiving supplicants, but standing as an equal greeting respected counterparts. Kingsley stood nearby, symbolizing continuity of modern governance, while Ragnarok's presence acknowledged the multi-species dimension of magical society. When Blackthorn entered, leading nearly 20 witches and wizards in elaborate traditional robes, his confident expression faltered slightly upon seeing the assembled group. He had clearly expected to find Harry alone or with only his close friends, not flanked by the Minister for Magic and the Goblin King. Mr. Potter, Blackthorn recovered quickly, stepping forward with a formal bow. Or should I say, Lord Hogwarts, Heir of the Four. We come to formally acknowledge your sovereignty and offer our services in the restoration of proper magical governance. Harry stepped forward, intentionally meeting Blackthorn as an equal rather than accepting his bow. Mr. Blackthorn. Your respect for magical tradition is evident, but I think you've misunderstood the meaning of my heritage. Blackthorn straightened, his eyes narrowing slightly. There is no misunderstanding possible. Ancient law is clear, founder blood carries inherent authority over magical Britain. As the convergent heir, you embody the legitimate magical sovereignty that predates the ministry by centuries. Laws evolve, Mr. Blackthorn, as does our understanding of governance and authority. Harry gestured to those assembled around him. I stand here with representatives of different approaches to magical leadership, democratic ministry, goblin monarchy, educational stewardship, because I believe integration rather than dominance is the founder's true legacy. Murmurs ran through Blackthorn's delegation, some confused, others disapproving. The elderly witch Harry had seen during their previous encounter stepped forward, her voice sharp with disappointment. You would reject your birthright? Deny the very magic in your veins? The founders established their authority through power and wisdom, not popular election or ministerial appointment. I reject nothing of my heritage, Harry replied calmly. But I understand it differently than you do. The founders created Hogwarts to unify magical approaches, not establish dynastic rule. Their chambers, their codex, their very magic speaks to cooperation and integration, not dominance of one tradition over others. Blackthorn's expression hardened. You've been influenced by modernist thinking, diluting the purity of founder vision with contemporary political correctness. Perhaps you need time to fully absorb the implications of your awakening before making declarations. Or perhaps, Harry countered, I've connected more deeply with founder knowledge than those who've interpreted it through centuries of political agendas and power struggles. He stepped closer to Blackthorn, his voice lowering. I've read the original codex, Blackthorn. I've experienced their memories, their intentions. The vision you promote is not what they created Hogwarts to achieve. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Blackthorn's face before his political mask reasserted itself. The Codex is a myth. A legend used to justify whatever interpretation suits the current power structure. Then how do I know about the founding oath? The original commitment all four made before laying the first stone of Hogwarts. Harry watched realization dawn in Blackthorn's eyes. Yes, I've seen it. Read it in their own hand. Not for power or dominion do we build, but for knowledge freely given, that magic might flourish in diversity rather than wither in conformity. The quote, directly from the Codex and never recorded in any public historical document, landed like a thunderbolt among those with historical knowledge. Blackthorn physically recoiled, while several members of his delegation exchanged alarmed glances. "You found it," Blackthorn whispered. "The Convergence Chamber." "I have," Harry confirmed. "And its contents tell a very different story than the one your conclave has promoted for generations." Blackthorn's composure cracked, revealing the zealot beneath the political veneer. "You cannot simply discard centuries of magical tradition. The founder bloodlines were meant to rule, to guide magical society according to their vision, not subject themselves to common governance structures." "The founders themselves disagreed with you," Harry replied evenly. "Their own writings make that clear. They valued magical diversity, educational access, and cooperative development, not hierarchical control based on blood status or inherited authority." The confrontation might have escalated further, but at that moment, the castle itself seemed to respond to Harry's words. A subtle tremor ran through the stone floor, and the torches along the entrance hall walls flared higher, bathing the space in warm, golden light. The four house banners hanging above rippled as if in a breeze, their colors momentarily blending where they overlapped. Even those without magical sensitivity could feel the shift, Hogwarts itself appearing to endorse Harry's interpretation of founder intent. Blackthorn's followers shifted uncomfortably, some looking upward in awe or apprehension. Blackthorn himself paled slightly, though his determination remained. "This discussion isn't finished, Potter. The wizarding world deserves to know the full implications of your heritage, not some politically expedient interpretation crafted to maintain the status quo." "On that we agree," Harry said, surprising him. "Which is why I'm addressing the magical community tomorrow, not just wizards, but representatives of all magical traditions. I invite you and the conclave to attend, to hear directly what I've learned and what path I believe honors the founder's true legacy." After Blackthorn's delegation departed, clearly unsettled but unwilling to force a confrontation within Hogwarts itself, preparations accelerated for Harry's address. Word spread rapidly throughout magical Britain, and by evening, McGonagall was fielding requests for attendance from dozens of magical organizations, international representatives, and media outlets. "We'll hold it in the Great Hall," she decided. "Expand it as needed to accommodate all legitimate attendees. Security will be managed by a combination of Hogwarts staff, ministry aurors, and neutral international observers to prevent accusations of bias." As night fell, Harry retreated to the astronomy tower for a moment of quiet reflection before the momentous day ahead. The stars spread above him in familiar patterns, unchanged by the political turmoil unfolding below. He felt a strange peace despite the challenges facing him, the founder knowledge within him providing perspective that transcended immediate concerns. He sensed rather than heard someone approach, turning to find Hermione watching him with an expression of concern mixed with pride. "Preparing your speech?" she asked, joining him at the tower's edge. Harry nodded. "Trying to find words that honor both history and progress. It's a delicate balance. If anyone can find that balance, it's you," she said with quiet confidence. "You've always had an instinct for the right path, even before absorbing centuries of founder wisdom." They stood in companionable silence for a while, gazing at the stars. Finally, Hermione spoke again, her voice hesitant. "Harry, are you sure about this approach? Blackthorn and his traditionalists won't give up easily. Neither will the international authorities who fear founder-level magic re-emerging." "I'm sure," Harry replied without hesitation. The founders created something remarkable, a vision of magical education and society that transcended the divisions and prejudices of their time. That vision became corrupted, fragmented over centuries. Now there's a chance to restore it, not by returning to the past but by reclaiming the principles that made their original vision revolutionary. Hermione studied him, noting the subtle changes in his bearing and expression since the blood ritual, not just magical power, but a depth of understanding that had matured him beyond his years. "You've changed," she observed. "Not just magically, but fundamentally," Harry finished for her. "I'm still me, but with a broader perspective. The Founder's knowledge isn't just spells and techniques, it's centuries of wisdom about magic, society, human nature." He smiled slightly. "Turns out there are advantages to having four of the greatest magical minds in history suddenly accessible in your consciousness. Just be careful not to lose yourself in their legacies," Hermione cautioned. "The wizarding world needs Harry Potter's perspective, not just the Founder's reborn." "That's exactly what makes this work," Harry assured her. "I'm not them, recreated. I'm myself, informed by their knowledge but shaped by my own experiences and values." He gazed toward the distant lights of Hogsmeade. "Including everything we fought for against Voldemort, equality, justice, freedom from tyranny based on blood status or magical power." As they returned to the castle, Harry felt the weight of tomorrow's address, not as a burden, but as an opportunity to shape magical society's future. The Founders had left their knowledge in trust, awaiting a time when it could be reintegrated into a world ready to understand its true meaning. Perhaps that time had finally arrived. Dawn broke clear and bright over Hogwarts, as if nature itself recognized the significance of the day. By mid-morning, the Great Hall had been transformed, its space magically expanded to accommodate hundreds of attendees while maintaining its essential character. The house tables had been replaced with concentric rows of seating facing a simple podium where the staff table normally stood. Harry watched from a side chamber as the hall filled with representatives from across magical society. Ministry officials in formal robes sat alongside delegates from foreign magical governments. Goblins from Gringotts, led by Ragnarok himself, occupied a section near the front. A delegation of centaurs, rarely seen within human structures, stood proudly at one side, while house elves, including a beaming creature representing Grimmauld Place, gathered in a specially designed area. Even more remarkable were the other magical beings in attendance, merpeople in special water-filled conveyances, a small group of Vila led by Fleur Delacour's mother, representatives from vampire councils and werewolf advocacy groups, and even a single, elderly giant escorted by Hagrid. The press section overflowed with reporters from publications worldwide. Rita Skeeter sat prominently among them, acid green quill already poised above parchment. International magical broadcasters had established enchanted projection points to transmit the address throughout the wizarding world. "Quite the audience," Ron commented, adjusting his formal robes nervously. He and Hermione would stand with Harry during the address, symbolic of the friendship and loyalty that had defined their journey together. "They're all here because they recognize the significance of what's happening," Hermione replied. "Founder magic re-emerging after centuries affects every magical tradition, not just wizard kind." McGonagall approached them, her expression a mixture of pride and concern. "It's time, Potter. The hall is at capacity, and magical projections have been established in Hogsmeade, Diagon Alley, and magical communities throughout Britain for those who couldn't attend in person." Harry nodded, taking a deep breath. The Founder knowledge within him provided unusual calm in the face of what would normally be terrifying public exposure. He had prepared not a formal speech but key points to address, believing that speaking from genuine understanding would be more effective than reciting memorized text. As he stepped onto the platform, the great hall fell silent, hundreds of eyes fixed upon him. Harry felt the weight of their expectations, fears, and hopes, some wanting revolution, others fearing it, many simply uncertain what his emergence as the Founder heir truly meant for their world. "Thank you for coming," Harry began, his voice carrying clearly through the hall without magical amplification, one of many subtle abilities he had developed since the awakening. "What brings us together today is both ancient and new, a convergence of bloodlines that connects our present to our past in unexpected ways." He explained briefly the circumstances of his discovery, the Goblin ritual, the revelation of his descent from all four Founders, the awakening of dormant magical abilities. Many in the audience already knew these basic facts from media reports, but hearing them directly from Harry himself lent authenticity to the narrative. This heritage isn't just about bloodlines or magical power, he continued, moving to the heart of his message. It's about recovering a vision of magical society that was fragmented and partially lost over centuries. The founders of Hogwarts weren't just powerful individuals who built a school, they were visionaries who imagined a different way for magical beings to coexist and develop. Harry described the founder chambers he had discovered and the knowledge they contained, not the specific magical techniques, but the underlying principles and values they represented. He explained how each founder's approach complemented the others, creating a holistic vision of magical education and society that transcended their individual perspectives. Hogwarts itself was designed as a microcosm of what they believed magical society could become, diverse approaches united in common purpose, distinct traditions respecting and enhancing each other rather than competing for dominance. As he spoke, the enchanted ceiling above shifted subtly, its usual reflection of the outside sky transforming to display scenes from Hogwarts' founding, the four legendary witches and wizards working together to raise the castle's walls, develop its curriculum, establish its principles. These weren't historical records but magical impressions drawn from the castle's own memory, responding to Harry's words and founder connection. The audience watched in awe as history came alive above them, Gryffindor and Slytherin cooperatively establishing protective wards, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff designing complementary approaches to magical theory and practice, all four gathered around a table much like the one in the Convergence Chamber, their differences evident but overcome by shared vision. What happened to this unified approach? Harry continued, as the ceiling showed the gradual division of the founders, not a dramatic break, but a slow divergence of paths. Not simply personal disagreements, though those existed, but external pressures, political realities, and the inevitable challenge of maintaining unity amid diversity. Over time, what began as complementary approaches hardened into competing traditions. He turned to address different sections of the audience directly, first the ministry representatives, then the international delegates, the magical beings, and finally the traditionalists led by Blackthorn. Each perspective represented here today holds part of the truth. Those who value traditional authority recognize the power of historical continuity and tested wisdom. Those who advocate for democratic governance understand the importance of inclusive decision-making and evolving approaches. Those from non-wizard traditions bring essential diversity that strengthens our magical ecosystem. Harry paused, letting his gaze move across the hall before continuing with greater intensity. The prophecy that predicted the convergence of founder bloodlines has been interpreted many ways, as foretelling a return to magical monarchy, as warning of dangerous power concentration, as promising revolutionary change. But the founder's own writings reveal a different meaning entirely. He quoted directly from the Codex, "The convergent one comes not to rule but to reunite, not to impose but to integrate, not to restore the past but to reclaim its wisdom for a different future." The hall remained absolutely silent as Harry reached the core of his message. "I have no desire to overthrow governments, claim ancient authorities, or establish some new order based on bloodline. But neither will I pretend this awakening means nothing or should change nothing." His voice strengthened. The founder's vision was revolutionary in its time, imagining magical education and society based on merit rather than birth, on integration rather than segregation, on cooperative enhancement rather than competitive dominance. Harry gestured to the magical beings present. They recognized the value of diverse magical traditions, goblin craftsmanship, centaur astronomy, house elf harmonics, and countless others, not as subordinate to wizard magic but as essential components of a thriving magical ecosystem. That vision became clouded over centuries as fear, prejudice, and power struggles narrowed our perspective. He turned to address Blackthorn and the traditionalists directly. Honoring the founders doesn't mean returning to ancient governance structures. It means reclaiming their core principles, magical diversity as strength, education as the foundation of society, cooperation across traditions, and applying them to our present challenges. Then to Kingsley and the ministry representatives, our current governance structures aren't invalidated by this historical connection but enriched by it. The democratic principles developed over centuries remain vital, but can be enhanced by recovering lost knowledge and broader perspective. Finally, to Ragnarok and the non-wizard delegations, and the treaties and relationships between magical communities deserve re-evaluation, not to overturn established order, but to ensure they truly reflect the principles of mutual respect and cooperative benefit that the founders originally envisioned. As Harry outlined specific proposals, the establishment of the Founder Knowledge Repository to systematically evaluate and share rediscovered magic, a magical cooperation council including representatives from all magical traditions, educational reforms incorporating founder techniques, and a comprehensive review of treaties governing relationships between magical communities, the Great Hall's enchanted ceiling shifted again. This time, rather than historical scenes, it displayed a vision of possibility, magical communities cooperating across traditional boundaries, founder-level magic integrated with modern approaches, Hogwarts serving as a center for diverse magical traditions rather than just wizarding education. This path forward honors both our history and our progress, Harry concluded. It acknowledges the wisdom preserved in tradition while embracing the innovation born of evolution. It respects bloodlines without being enslaved to them. Most importantly, it recognizes that magic itself transcends our divisions, that we are stronger together than divided, more capable in cooperation than competition. He looked out over the assembled representatives of magical society, his voice resonating with quiet conviction. I stand before you not as a ruler claiming authority, but as an heir accepting responsibility, the responsibility to ensure that what was valuable in our past is not lost to our future, that what was visionary in the founder's dream is not forgotten in our present reality. When Harry finished speaking, the Great Hall remained silent for several heartbeats. Then, from the Centaur delegation, came the first response, not applause as humans might offer, but a traditional stomping of hooves against the stone floor, signifying respect and acknowledgement. The goblins followed with their own gesture, a simultaneous striking of metal badges against their chests, creating a ringing sound that symbolized recognition of worthy words. Human applause joined these responses, spreading through the hall in waves, first from Harry's friends and supporters, then from ministry officials including Kingsley himself, and gradually extending to international representatives and even some members of Blackthorn's traditionalist faction. Not universal approval, certainly, some remained seated with arms crossed or expressions skeptical, but a significant acknowledgement of the vision Harry had presented. What followed was both chaotic and constructive. Questions came from all quarters, which Harry addressed with newfound confidence and clarity. Debates erupted between factions, some heated but largely respectful. Throughout it all, Harry remained centered, drawing on founder wisdom to navigate complex political and philosophical challenges without becoming entangled in partisan positions. Most significant was the response from non-wizard delegations. Ragnarok formally proposed negotiations for a new Goblin-Wizard Accord based on the principles Harry had outlined. The Centaur spokesman offered unprecedented cooperation in astronomical divination. Representatives from magical beings long marginalized expressed cautious hope for genuine integration rather than mere tolerance. By late afternoon, as the formal proceedings concluded and smaller discussions continued throughout the castle, the initial shape of a new approach to magical cooperation had emerged. Not a revolution overthrowing existing structures, but an evolution integrating recovered wisdom with contemporary needs. Kingsley approached Harry as the crowd began to disperse. "Remarkable," the minister said simply. "You've offered a path that satisfies neither extremes but appeals to the reasonable majority. It won't be easy to implement, but it creates possibility where many saw only conflict." "The real work begins now," Harry acknowledged. "Translating principles into practice, navigating competing interests, ensuring that ancient knowledge enhances rather than disrupts modern society." "You won't be doing it alone," Kingsley assured him. "Your vision has resonated with many, including those with the influence to help make it reality." He glanced toward where Ragnarok was engaged in animated conversation with Bill Weasley and a group of international representatives. The Goblin Alliance alone represents a historic opportunity. Not everyone shared this optimistic assessment. As the Great Hall gradually emptied, Doric Blackthorn approached Harry, his expression carefully controlled but his eyes revealing deep disappointment. "You had an opportunity to restore proper magical order," he said quietly. To reclaim the authority that rightfully belongs to founder blood. Instead, you offer compromise and integration, diluting your heritage to appease modern sensibilities. I'm honoring the founder's true vision, not the interpretation that evolved over centuries, Harry replied evenly. They valued integration over domination, cooperation over control. The Codex makes that clear. Blackthorn's jaw tightened. The conclave will not abandon generations of preparation and purpose because you've chosen a more politically convenient path. There are those among us who believe founder authority must be restored, with or without your cooperation. A warning, Mr. Blackthorn? Harry asked, his tone hardening slightly. An observation, Blackthorn replied. History isn't shaped only by noble intentions, Mr. Potter, but by those willing to act decisively when opportunity arises. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. The convergence chamber you found, it contains more than just knowledge, doesn't it? The Founder's greatest artifacts, their most powerful creations. Some would consider such power too significant to leave in uncertain hands. Before Harry could respond, Blackthorn turned and departed, rejoining his delegation as they exited the hall. The implied threat was clear, not just political opposition, but potential action to seize founder artifacts and knowledge if Harry wouldn't use them as the traditionalists believed appropriate. That sounded ominous, Hermione observed, having overheard the exchange. You think he's planning something concrete, or just expressing ideological disagreement? Both, probably, Harry replied. Blackthorn truly believes in the rightness of founder rule. Finding me unwilling to claim that authority won't end his quest to restore it, it just changes his approach. We should strengthen security around the chamber entrances, Ron suggested, joining them. Bill knows protective enchantments that could supplement the castle's own defenses. Harry nodded agreement, but his mind was already turning toward a different concern. Blackthorn represented one type of threat, those who wished to use founder authority to reshape magical governance. But there were others who feared the re-emergence of founder-level magic for different reasons, those who had benefited from the standardization and control of magical education over centuries. The international interest, particularly from the Confederation of Wizards, suggested concerns beyond mere political restructuring. Founder magic represented approaches to magical development that transcended the carefully controlled, standardized methods established since the Great Magical Convergence of 1418. Its re-emergence threatened not just governance structures but the very paradigm of how magic was understood, taught, and regulated across magical society. As evening settled over Hogwarts, Harry met with his closest allies to discuss next steps. Beyond Ron and Hermione, the group now included Bill Weasley, McGonagall, Kingsley, and Ragnuk, who had remained to continue discussions about cooperative initiatives. Blackthorn's faction will likely attempt to access the Founder Chambers, Harry explained. Not immediately, perhaps, but once they've regrouped and developed a strategy. Their ideology depends on controlling Founder legacy, and they won't abandon generations of preparation easily. The chambers can be secured, McGonagall assured him. Additional wards, restricted access to relevant areas of the castle, monitoring enchantments, we have numerous options. The greater concern may be international intervention, Kingsley observed. Several Confederation representatives left immediately after your address, presumably to report to their governments. The magical implications of founder knowledge becoming widely available again makes many authorities nervous. Ragnuk nodded agreement. The Goblin nation has maintained certain founder techniques in our traditions, particularly in metallurgy and warding. We've experienced occasional pressure from international authorities to standardize our practices, pressure we've successfully resisted through strategic banking relationships. The Goblin King's amber eyes fixed on Harry. You may face similar pressure on a larger scale. So we're potentially dealing with threats from multiple directions, Harry summarized. Traditionalists who want to use founder authority to restore blood-based governance, international bodies concerned about destabilizing established magical paradigms, and possibly others with their own agendas we haven't identified yet. Cheerful, Ron commented dryly. Just like old times, really. Despite the serious discussion, Harry found himself smiling at his friend's characteristic humor. At least this time we're dealing with political machinations rather than a murderous dark wizard. Progress, of sorts. They continued planning well into the night, developing strategies for knowledge preservation, political engagement, and security arrangements. The Founder Knowledge Repository would be established within Hogwarts but with carefully designed access protocols and ethical guidelines. Educational reforms would be implemented gradually, beginning with pilot programs in specific subjects. Diplomatic initiatives would address concerns from international bodies while advancing the vision of integrated magical cooperation. As their meeting concluded, Ragnarok approached Harry privately. "Mr. Potter, there is one matter we have not discussed with the larger group. The blood ritual that awakened your founder heritage, it established a magical connection that goes beyond mere revelation." "What kind of connection?" Harry asked, immediately alert. "A recognition bond," Ragnarok explained. "Ancient magic that identifies mutual obligation between the one who reveals heritage and the one whose heritage is revealed. In Goblin tradition, such bonds form the basis of our most sacred agreements, neither servitude nor simple contract, but acknowledged interdependence." Harry studied the Goblin King thoughtfully. "And what does this bond signify between us specifically?" "That remains for us to define," Ragnarok replied. "Traditionally, it would establish you as a friend of the nation, a status no wizard has held for centuries. It would grant you certain privileges within Goblin society while creating responsibilities toward Goblin interests." "I sense there's more to this than traditional formalities," Harry observed. Ragnarok's lips curved in a slight smile. "Perceptive. Yes, there is a practical dimension. The treaty negotiations I propose today will face significant opposition from conservative elements within both our societies. A formally acknowledged bond between us would strengthen my position among those who question my initiative." "Political leverage," Harry translated. "Reality," Ragnarok countered. "The bond exists whether we acknowledge it or not. Formal recognition simply allows us to define its meaning rather than leaving it to interpretation by others." Harry considered the implications carefully. Such an agreement could indeed strengthen the progressive elements within both Goblin and Wizard society, creating foundation for meaningful reform. Yet it also carried risks, potential perception of special interest or divided loyalty. "I'm willing to discuss formal recognition," he finally decided. "But with transparency about its meaning and limitations. No hidden clauses or ancient obligations that might surprise me later." "Acceptable terms," Ragnarok agreed, looking pleased. "We shall arrange a formal ceremony at Gringotts when appropriate, after more pressing matters are addressed." When Harry finally retired to his quarters, exhaustion settled over him, not merely physical but mental and magical. The day had been transformative, setting in motion changes that would ripple throughout magical society for years to come. Yet he felt a deep certainty about the path chosen, grounded in both founder wisdom and his own hard-won values. As he drifted toward sleep, his mind touched briefly on a memory fragment from the Convergence Chamber, Godric Gryffindor addressing his 3 colleagues as they completed their great work. "What we build today is not for ourselves, nor even for our students, but for a future we cannot fully imagine. We offer not perfect answers but worthy questions, not fixed knowledge but evolving wisdom, not final authority but enduring inspiration. In this way, our work transcends our limitations, our vision outlives our understanding, and our purpose finds fulfillment beyond our time." The founder's words echoed in Harry's mind as sleep claimed him, a reminder that his own choices now would shape possibilities far beyond his immediate horizon. The following week brought intense activity as the initiatives announced in Harry's address took initial form. The Founder Knowledge Repository was established in a secure wing of Hogwarts, with McGonagall overseeing its development and an advisory council representing diverse magical traditions guiding its priorities. International delegations arrived daily, some expressing continued concerns about founder magic, others eager to explore cooperative possibilities. Most significant was the formal commencement of treaty negotiations between the Goblin Nation and the Ministry of Magic, the first comprehensive review of Goblin-Wizard relations in over 3 centuries. With Ragnarok representing Goblin interests, Kingsley leading the ministry delegation, and Harry serving as facilitator rather than partisan advocate, the discussions progressed with surprising productivity. The key breakthrough, Bill explained to Ron and Hermione as they reviewed developments in Harry's Hogwarts quarters, is moving beyond the property rights framework that's dominated previous agreements. Founder magic recognized different types of ownership and creation, acknowledging both Goblin craftsmanship and wizard usage rights rather than forcing an either/or approach. Which is why Goblins considered wizards thieves for keeping Goblin-made objects, Hermione observed. Their conception of ownership included ongoing connection to their creations. Exactly. By reintroducing the Founder-era concept of living ownership, where creation, usage, and legacy rights are separately acknowledged, we found common ground that respects both traditions. Harry, who had been listening while reviewing documentation from the repository project, nodded agreement. It's a pattern we keep rediscovering. The founders established integrated approaches that became fragmented over time as different groups emphasized the aspects that favored their interests. Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of a ministry owl bearing an urgent message from Kingsley. Harry opened it immediately, his expression growing serious as he read. Blackthorn's made his move, he announced, passing the parchment to the others. He's filed formal challenge with the Wisengamot, invoking the ancient rights of magical arbitration to contest my interpretation of Founder authority. Can he do that? Ron asked, frowning at the legal terminology in Kingsley's message. It's an obscure legal procedure, Hermione explained, scanning the document. Dating back to before the full establishment of ministry governance, when disputes over magical authority were resolved through formal magical adjudication rather than standard legal process. Essentially, he's challenging me to defend my position through magical demonstration rather than legal argument, Harry clarified. The ancient rites allow for resolution of fundamental magical disputes through direct engagement with relevant magical sites and artifacts. Bill whistled low. Clever move. He's bypassing modern legal frameworks entirely, reaching back to procedures that would give greater weight to bloodline claims and traditional interpretations. Harry nodded grimly. And forcing the issue onto ground he believes favors his position, direct engagement with Founder magic rather than democratic process. Can you refuse the challenge? Ron asked. Technically, yes, Hermione answered before Harry could respond. But refusal would significantly strengthen Blackthorn's narrative, suggesting Harry fears testing his interpretation against traditional standards. I won't refuse, Harry said firmly. Blackthorn believes traditional magical arbitration will validate his perspective because he doesn't truly understand the Founder's original intent. This is an opportunity to demonstrate that intent directly, through the very magical means he considers authoritative. The ancient rites of magical arbitration required the dispute to be resolved at a site of fundamental magical significance related to the contested authority. In this case, Blackthorn had specified the Founder's Conclave, a little-known magical location where the four founders had allegedly established the original charter for Hogwarts and magical education in Britain. I've never heard of this place, Hermione admitted, researching frantically through historical texts McGonagall had provided from the headmistress's private collection. It's not mentioned in Hogwarts, a history or any standard historical account. Because it's not at Hogwarts, Harry explained, drawing on Founder memories that had surfaced with the mention of the site. It's a stone circle in a hidden valley near where Hogsmeade now stands. The Founders gathered there before Hogwarts was built, establishing their initial agreements and laying the magical foundations for what would become the school. Bill looked up sharply from the documents he was reviewing. A pre-Hogwarts magical site created by the Founders themselves. That's significant. Such a location would contain their purest magical signatures, before any compromises or adaptations they made during actual construction of the school. Exactly why Blackthorn chose it, Harry agreed. He believes the original Founder magic will align more closely with traditional hierarchical interpretations than the integrated approaches that developed later at Hogwarts itself. Preparations for the arbitration consumed the next 3 days. According to the ancient rites, each party would present their interpretation directly to the magical site itself, which would respond according to its inherent connection to the disputed authority. The process was less a trial than a magical consultation, seeking resolution from the original source of the contested power. Representatives from all major factions would observe, ministry officials led by Kingsley, traditionalists supporting Blackthorn, international observers from the Confederation, delegates from various magical beings including Ragnarok, and educational authorities including McGonagall. The arbitration would be binding in a way no modern legal decision could match, recognized by ancient magical law as definitive resolution regarding founder authority. On the morning of the arbitration, Harry met with Ron and Hermione in his quarters, dressed in simple but formal robes that deliberately avoided any house colors or founder symbolism. He had spent hours in meditation the previous night, connecting deeply with the founder knowledge within him, seeking clarity about the true nature of the authority Blackthorn sought to define. "You seem remarkably calm," Hermione observed as they prepared to depart. This arbitration could determine the entire future direction of magical governance. "I am calm," Harry replied, surprised to find it true. "Not because I'm certain of the outcome, but because I'm certain of the truth I'm representing." The founders were clear in their original intent, magical authority based on wisdom and balance, not domination or blood status. If the conclave site is truly connected to their original magic, it will recognize that truth. And if Blackthorn has somehow manipulated the site? Ron asked pragmatically. "He's had generations of preparation and significant resources." "Then we deal with that challenge when it presents itself," Harry said. "But founder magic responds to founder blood, and mine carries all 4 signatures. That connection transcends whatever preparations Blackthorn might have made." They traveled to the arbitration site via special port key, arriving in a secluded valley surrounded by mist-shrouded hills. At its center stood a circle of 12 standing stones, each twice the height of a tall man, arranged around a central altar of white marble. The stones themselves seemed to pulse with barely contained magic, each carved with symbols representing different aspects of magical study and practice. Already gathered were dozens of observers, arranged in a larger circle beyond the stones. Blackthorn and his supporters stood to one side of the entrance to the stone circle, dressed in ceremonial robes that deliberately echoed Founder-era styles. Ministry officials, international observers, and other interested parties formed discrete groups around the perimeter, their expressions varying from curiosity to concern to anticipation. Kingsley approached as Harry and his friends arrived. "Blackthorn has been here since dawn," the minister murmured quietly. "Conducting what appeared to be preparatory rituals within the circle. The ancient rites permit such preparation, but I thought you should know." "Thank you," Harry replied, studying the stone circle thoughtfully. He could feel its magic even from a distance, powerful, ancient, and surprisingly familiar. This was indeed founder magic in its purest form, established before the compromises and adaptations that had shaped Hogwarts itself. As noon approached, the traditionally significant time for magical arbitration, an elderly wizard in formal Wisengamot robes stepped forward. Tiberius Ogden, one of the oldest and most respected members of the magical court, had been selected as arbiter for the proceeding. "We gather today to resolve dispute through the ancient rites of magical arbitration," Ogden announced, his voice magically amplified to reach all present. "The matter concerns interpretation of founder authority and its application in modern magical governance. Doric Blackthorn has challenged Harry Potter's claim regarding the true nature and intent of such authority. Both shall present their understanding directly to the Founder's conclave, which shall respond according to its inherent magical nature." Ogden turned first to Blackthorn. "As challenger, you may present first. Enter the circle and state your case directly to the Founder's magic." Blackthorn stepped forward with dignified confidence, his tall figure impressive in the elaborate ceremonial robes. As he entered the stone circle, the assembled observers fell completely silent, many leaning forward with intense interest. At the center of the circle, Blackthorn raised his arms in formal invocation, his voice carrying clearly despite using no obvious magical amplification. "I stand before the original magic of the 4 founders, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, to affirm their true intent regarding magical governance and authority. His tone was reverent but assured. These four greatest witches and wizards of their age established a system of magical education and oversight based on proven ability, demonstrated wisdom, and yes, the power inherent in magical bloodlines. As Blackthorn spoke, the standing stones began to respond, a soft glow emanating from the carved symbols, indicating the site's recognition of being addressed. For centuries, their vision was gradually undermined, their standards of magical excellence compromised by political expedience, their system of merit-based authority replaced by populist governance structures that diminished magical achievement in favor of democratic mediocrity. The stone's glow intensified slightly, though whether in agreement or simply acknowledgement was impossible to determine. Blackthorn continued, his confidence visibly growing. The convergence of founder bloodlines in Harry Potter represents an opportunity to restore proper magical governance, authority vested in those whose heritage, ability, and understanding qualify them to guide our society according to the founder's original vision. He gestured expansively. Not through tyranny or oppression, but through recognition that magical leadership requires more than popularity or political maneuvering, it requires the wisdom, power, and perspective that founder blood has preserved through centuries. Now the central altar itself began to glow, a white light pulsing gently within the marble. Blackthorn placed his hands upon it, his voice rising with passion. I ask this sacred site to affirm the truth, that founder authority transcends ministry jurisdiction in matters of magical education and practice, that the heir of founder bloodlines holds legitimate claim to guide these fundamental aspects of our society, that the proper order established by Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin be restored in our time. As he completed his presentation, the stone circle flared with brilliant light, all 12 standing stones illuminated from within, their carved symbols seeming to float above the stone surfaces. The central altar beneath Blackthorn's hands glowed white-hot, though he showed no sign of discomfort from the contact. For several heartbeats, the magical display continued, creating a spectacular visual affirmation that caused murmurs of awe from many observers. Blackthorn's supporters exchanged triumphant glances, clearly interpreting the site's response as validation of their position. When the light finally faded to a steady, subtle glow, Blackthorn stepped back from the altar, his expression composed but satisfaction evident in his eyes. He turned to face Harry directly. The founder's magic has spoken, he declared. Let those with eyes to see and ears to hear understand its meaning. As Blackthorn exited the stone circle, passing Harry with a slight nod that managed to be both respectful and triumphant, Ogden stepped forward again. Harry Potter, you may now present your understanding to the conclave. A murmur ran through the assembled observers as Harry moved toward the stone circle. The site's dramatic response to Blackthorn's presentation had clearly impressed many present. How could Harry hope to counter such a powerful magical affirmation? Yet as Harry stepped between the standing stones, he felt not intimidation but recognition, the founder magic within him resonating with the magic of the site itself, like complementary frequencies strengthening each other. This place knew him, just as he knew it through memories not his own yet now integrated into his consciousness. At the center of the circle, beside the still glowing altar, Harry paused. Unlike Blackthorn, he did not raise his arms in formal invocation or project his voice to those observing. Instead, he simply placed one hand on the altar and spoke directly to the site itself, his tone conversational rather than declamatory. You know who I am, he said quietly. As I know what you truly are. Not merely stone and earth and carved symbols, but living memory, the founders' first collaboration, their initial agreement before walls were raised or students gathered. The altar's glow shifted subtly, the white light taking on hints of color, red, blue, yellow, and green swirling within the marble like slowly mixing paints. Doric Blackthorn spoke of restoring your creator's vision, and in this we share common ground. Where we differ is in understanding what that vision truly was. Harry's voice remained calm, intimate, as if speaking to old friends rather than performing for observers. I've read your creators' private journals, explored their personal chambers, studied the codex they left for future generations. Most importantly, I carry their blood, not just one lineage, but all four, allowing me to perceive their intent without the distortion of centuries of interpretation. Now the standing stones began to respond differently than they had to Blackthorn's presentation. Rather than uniform illumination, each stone developed a distinct color signature, 3 glowing red, 3 blue, 3 yellow, and 3 green, arranged in perfect alternating order around the circle. The carved symbols floated free from the stone surfaces, rearranging themselves into new patterns that seemed to reflect Harry's words. The founders did not establish hierarchy but harmony. They did not create dominance but diversity. They did not envision rule but relationship. As Harry spoke, his hand remained on the altar, which now pulsed with all 4 colors simultaneously, perfectly balanced. They recognized differences in ability, approach, and affinity, celebrated these differences as strength rather than using them to create stratification. The magical response intensified, the floating symbols weaving together into complex patterns that formed 3-dimensional models above the circle, first Hogwarts itself, then expanding to show magical communities throughout Britain, then widening further to depict diverse magical traditions across continents. Their vision was revolutionary precisely because it transcended the power structures of their time, Harry continued, his voice strengthening though remaining conversational. They believed magical education should be available based on ability, not birth. They believed diverse magical approaches should enhance rather than compete with each other. They believed society flourished through cooperation, not dominance. Now the magic of the site fully awakened, responding to Harry's words and his founder blood with increasing intensity. The ground beneath their feet hummed with energy. The standing stones began to shift, not physically moving, but magically transforming, revealing deeper layers of enchantment previously hidden. I do not reject the responsibility of founder heritage, Harry stated clearly. But I understand that responsibility as stewardship rather than sovereignty, as preservation rather than control, as integration rather than dominance. He removed his hand from the altar and turned to face the assembled observers, speaking now to them as much as to the site itself. The founders trusted future generations to adapt their vision to changing circumstances. They established principles rather than rigid structures, understanding that magical society would evolve in ways they couldn't fully anticipate. As Harry spoke these words, the magical display reached its crescendo. The 4 colored lights from the standing stones shot upward, forming a massive image above the circle, the original Hogwarts Charter, written in the founders' own hands, with key passages illuminated. We established this school not as monument to ourselves but as garden for future growth, not as temple to tradition but as forge for innovation, not as seat of power but as source of possibility. And below it, in letters formed of pure magical light, let those who follow understand, our legacy lies not in bloodlines alone but in the values blood carries forward. Not in authority passed through generations but in wisdom cultivated across time. Not in power preserved but in potential released. The display hung in the air for all to see, undeniable, unmistakable in its meaning. These were the founders' own words, preserved within the magic of the conclave site, revealed not by Blackthorn's traditional invocations but by Harry's direct connection to founder blood and understanding. When the light finally faded and the site returned to its normal state, though still humming with activated magic, a profound silence fell over the assembled observers. The site's response to Harry's presentation had transcended mere affirmation, it had revealed historical truth preserved in magic itself, beyond interpretation or manipulation. Blackthorn stood rigid with shock, his confident expression replaced by confusion and disbelief. Several of his supporters appeared similarly stunned, while others wore expressions of thoughtful reconsideration, as if seeing their own traditions in new light. Arbiter Ogden finally broke the silence, his voice solemn with recognition of the moment's significance. The Founders' Conclave has responded with unprecedented clarity. According to the ancient rites of magical arbitration, this response constitutes binding resolution of the disputed understanding. He turned to face both Harry and Blackthorn. The Founders' original intent regarding magical authority is hereby established as one of integrated stewardship rather than hierarchical control, of balanced contribution from diverse traditions rather than dominance by blood-based governance. Blackthorn stepped forward, his voice strained but dignified. I acknowledge the conclave's response, as required by the rites. But interpretation remains. The founder's own words appeared in magical form for all to witness, Ogden interrupted firmly. This transcends interpretation. The arbitration is concluded, the matter resolved according to ancient law. As the formal proceedings concluded and the observers began dispersing in small groups, many engaged in intense discussion about what they had witnessed, Kingsley approached Harry with an expression of profound respect. That, the minister said quietly, was unlike anything I've experienced in a lifetime of magical governance. You didn't just win an arbitration, you revealed historical truth preserved in magic itself. Not me, Harry corrected. The founders themselves, speaking across centuries through their original magic. I simply provided the connection they required. Blackthorn approached them, his initial shock now replaced by a complex expression, disappointment evident, yet mixed with reluctant respect. It seems I have misunderstood certain aspects of founder intent, he acknowledged stiffly. Though I maintain that their vision has been compromised by modern governance structures. Perhaps we can find common ground there, Harry suggested, surprising both Blackthorn and Kingsley. Not in returning to ancient structures, but in ensuring modern ones better reflect founder principles, merit over birth, diversity as strength, cooperation across traditions. Blackthorn studied him for a long moment before responding. You are not what I expected, Potter. Less interested in power than principle, more connected to founder wisdom than I anticipated. He straightened his robes with dignity. The conclave of traditional authority will need to reconsider certain positions in light of today's revelation. We remain committed to honoring founder legacy, though perhaps through different approaches than previously advocated. It wasn't total concession, but it represented significant shift from his previous absolutist position. As Blackthorn departed with his supporters, many of whom appeared to be engaged in vigorous internal debate, Ragnarok approached, amber eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Most illuminating, the Goblin King observed. The revelation of founder intent regarding diverse magical traditions will significantly strengthen our position in treaty negotiations. Even traditionalists can hardly dispute such direct magical evidence. That wasn't my primary motivation, Harry noted, but if it advances balanced agreements between our communities, so much the better. Ragnarok inclined his head slightly. Your priorities become increasingly clear, Mr. Potter. Not personal advantage or political power, but restoration of fundamental magical principles across traditions. His lips curved in what might have been a smile. The Goblin nation finds such priorities compatible with our interests. As they prepared to depart the valley, Harry paused for a final look at the stone circle, now returned to its seemingly ordinary appearance, though his magical senses could perceive the complex enchantment still active beneath the surface. This place represented the founders' first collaboration, their initial agreement before Hogwarts itself took form. Its validation of his understanding felt like closure of a circle that had begun with the blood ritual at Gringotts weeks earlier. Ron and Hermione joined him, their expressions reflecting the significance of what had transpired. So that's it? Ron asked. Blackthorn's challenge defeated, founder authority defined, everyone goes home happy. Not quite that simple, Harry replied with a slight smile. Today established principles, but implementing them across magical society remains complex. Blackthorn and his traditionalists haven't abandoned their core beliefs, just acknowledged they misunderstood certain aspects of founder intent. International concerns about founder magic remain active. Non-wizard communities still face generations of inequality to overcome. But a foundation has been established, Hermione observed. Historical truth revealed through magic itself rather than competing interpretations. That creates legitimacy no political maneuvering can easily dismiss. Harry nodded, feeling both the weight and the possibility of the path ahead. The real work begins now, translating principle into practice, integrating recovered knowledge with contemporary needs, building bridges between traditions long separated. As they turned to join the others for the return journey, Harry felt the founder knowledge within him settling into balanced harmony, not four competing voices but integrated wisdom, guiding without dominating his own perspective. The magical awakening that had begun with a simple blood ritual had transformed not just his abilities but his understanding of what magic itself could be when approached with the founder's original vision. The path ahead would not be easy. Entrenched interests, historical prejudices, and fear of change would create obstacles at every turn. Yet Harry felt a deep certainty that the direction was right, that by reclaiming the founder's true legacy of integrated magical development, cooperation across traditions, and education based on merit rather than birth, magical society could evolve beyond the limitations and divisions that had defined it for centuries. Not revolution but restoration. Not dominance but diversity. Not power concentrated but potential released. The foundations of power lay not in authority imposed from above but in harmony cultivated among equals, a truth the founders had understood 1,000 years ago, preserved in magic for rediscovery when most needed. As Harry joined his friends, colleagues, and allies, wizard and non-wizard alike, he recognized that his unique heritage had given him not just extraordinary magical abilities but extraordinary responsibility. Not to rule magical society but to help heal its divisions. Not to dominate through founder authority but to liberate through founder wisdom. The prophecy had named him the Convergent One, where 4 streams to one river flow. Now he understood that the convergence itself was less important than the new course the river would take, nourishing magical society with the rediscovered wisdom of its founders while flowing toward a future they had envisioned but could not themselves reach. That future began today, with foundations newly secured and possibilities newly awakened, a legacy worthy of the blood that flowed in his veins and the responsibilities it carried. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.